Oh shit, nice. Hi everyone. We are making sure that we block the ambient noise. And there is life in the lounge. Hello. There's life. Signs of life in the lounge.
There is.
So we are about to start our dress rehearsals live stream.
What do you think of the? I can sit with you for like a second because me in-laws are here, so I can't be long. But what do you think of the?
Joining us online?
My in-laws have come to Liverpool for the day. They want to see it. So, also I had an allergic reaction to something the other day, perfume. And whilst it wasn't a Lush thing, I think being in Lush, with loads of perfumey type, like although it's natural, it's not. Lush is. I think it was at somebody had a really, really strong perfume that made me go Ugh. But yeah, what do you think of the running order?
Interesting. I'm wondering, I suppose what's weird in that, because quite often they start, oh shit, the comments, sorry guys. There we are. Hi Iru, so sorry you didn't make it to the final. I know. It deserved, I think it deserved to qualify. I'm really...
I was surprised.
I really feel sorry
people
for her.
being horrible and sharing a video of her crying. I'm not here for that.
I couldn't believe they were sharing that.
I was really sad. Like, the same people were rightfully angry that the EBU wanted to showcase the artist sad on stage and then they're sharing it on Twitter. Anyway, I
think what's interesting is that obviously, like with because quite often it depends on the semi-final result, like the running order. And since we have,
Cardia beat Loreen. Is what we've by a long way, I think.
But they don't know the results.
Oh, don't they?
No, the Dutch team revealed that when they did their running order. They don't know. They just do it on hunches.
Oh, okay.
The thing that Loreen will be 9th, I think,
because of the break.
Because of the ad break.
Yeah.
They will want that time to put.
I made a guess of the full running order, and I got Loreen right. So I was quite happy with that.
Austria opening is interesting.
The staging isn't great, and Gustav got a much bigger reaction in the arena. So I think Australia and Belgium beat Austria by quite a way. Yeah, this was my guess. I thought Serbia would open, but I don't know if it was I put Austria 3rd. But yeah, I got Sweden right. I thought it would go at the end Croatia, Armenia, UK. I thought they might do like crazy. Oh god, they were amazing. Were you here? They were here. Oh my god. Yeah, Let 3 were here yesterday, and it was wild.
They're lovely as well.
They're so great.
Because I think like I was a bit, because I did like obviously the moderating, and I was a bit nervous about it because like I'm too British. I'm quite prudy, so I was kind of like, if you know, like that guy who's like man spreading and stuff. I was like, what am I gonna do? Because I'm too prudy for it, but like actually were really lovely.
Devon interviewed them, and I don't think anybody else on this earth could have. Right, I've got to head off, but hope to see you. Bye.
Are you heading back?
I'm going to take my in-laws to the Eurovillage and that thing.
Nice.
Show them a bit of Liverpool.
Oh, enjoy.
Will do. See you guys.
Oh, so Jonathan, talk us through this opening number.
So, beginning with Kalish Orchestra, there's a VT section where they do some stuff outside of the arena, and then it brings them all in, and they are stood on giant hands, which when used with the LED screen behind them, you sort of see a Ukrainian woman, and then her sort of hands are extending onto the stage like they're cradling Kalish Orchestra in there. They've got sets of drums behind them as well, and then a whole bunch of backing dancers joining in as well. But yeah, I should say they are singing Stefania. This is the opening.
Amazing. Oh, I know. I'm really sad for Eva. I think she was under a lot of pressure from. I mean, it's pressure anyway, isn't it? When you come back as a junior Eurovision winner, I think kind of a lot of people were anticipating her Eurovision debut, and yeah, I know a lot of people in Georgia were talking about getting the best result ever, talking about getting top 10. So I think she was under a lot of pressure and she deserved to qualify. She really did. And she did an amazing show. She did an amazing job. Like, I watched it in the arena and I was like, this is qualifying, this is safe. And I was really shocked that she didn't. And yeah, I'm really sad. Yes, Luxembourg are back. Very exciting.
Is that official?
Yeah, just got announced.
Amazing.
I've got no makeup on. Do I look like dead? Tell me. I was at Eurovision last night. Yes, Luxembourg are back. I'm really excited for this. So I mean, tell me your thoughts. Like, I'm wondering kind of will we get a Luxembourgish entry?
They did steal a lot of French artists.
Oh, did they?
So,
Did they?
I mean, at least we'll get some more French in there.
How micro is Luxembourg? Is it like San Marino levels of micro? It's not, is it? It's like...
No, I think they are slightly bigger.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously not quite as big as Iceland. It's like that, so...
Oh, okay. Not as big as Malta?
I don't know.
Oh, because San Marino used to be the only micro state. So it's like coming for their brand. Oh, good. Thank you.
We've got a population of around 660,000.
That's double Iceland, right? Iceland's 300,000. In I think Malta's... Oh, it's quite big then. In like...
Oh yeah. Iceland is 370,000.
And then I think Malta's about 300,000. But that's mad though, because like my town in the UK has a population of like 300,000. That's mad. And I feel like everyone knows everyone where I am.
Malta's 500,000.
Oh, hey, really? I always would have thought Iceland would have had more people than Malta. It always feels bigger. I think we could all agree Georgia was a shocking non-qualifier, but who would you have replaced them with in the final? Poland. Maybe... Lithuania?
So we're on to the opening flag parade, that's what the words I'm looking for. So essentially the catwalk and the back LED screen, it's like the flags are appearing on there in sort of lines, and then each act coming out from behind the LED wall, going left and right off each side. It's going through quite quickly.
Oh, who's this? Oh, Andrew's looking lovely. Is that right?
Okay, so we get up to Cyprus, and then we get an interval act of Goe doing some shum.
Oh, so they're doing shum, they're not doing Solovey.
Yeah.
I mean, why would they do Solovey? Because that was 2020, wasn't it?
They've got their sort of white trees, similar to the actual staging, and their little canister drums.
Oh, okay, so Luxembourg's a bit bigger than Montenegro, more than Malta, Iceland, I thought. So it's not that micro, is it? It's not like San Marino levels of micro.
No.
Croatia. Who do you guys believe will win the jury vote? Probably Sweden, I think. Oh, thank you for that. That's really nice of you. This is my first time on the live stream for this year without makeup. But I've just noticed Blanca doesn't have makeup on either, so you know, good club. So this isn't the jury final. This is the dress rehearsal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Georgia is always robbed. It has to be said, Georgia is always robbed.
So the second little break in the flag parade is Jamala, who, well, she's not actually here. We've got a stand-in miming Jamala, but she'll be doing 1944, and her tree appears on the LED wall in the background as well.
Amazing. Jamala's like so amazing what she's done over the years for Ukraine, and she's been such an ambassador, hasn't she, and like such a figurehead, and like so her manager Ersin like was telling us that, you know, like she just, I think it was kind of this time last year, she just didn't sleep for a week. Like it would kind of be like she'd do a concert in Poland and then she'd travel all the way down to Germany, and then, you know, she'd be travelling overnight to Madrid. She went like straight from Poland to Madrid and performed, and yeah, it's really amazing what she's been doing. Brunette is entirely, Pasha. What do you think? Is Loreen, you know what, had you have asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have said Loreen's going to win. It's going to be another one of those boring years where we know who's going to win. But I really think Karia will give her a run for her money. And I think Karia's going to... What are you watching? Tell me.
So after Ukraine and Norway, next interval act is Tina Karol, who is doing her entry Show Me Your Love. It's a little revamped,
Yeah.
but she's got some red backing dancers, a heart on the LED floor, and hearts in her dress as well.
Are they revamping it with British songs, or did I like imagine that?
I think that's an interval act in the middle somewhere.
Oh, okay. And who's next?
Germany are up in very casual clothes. I think the earlier artists have come in their stage costumes because they're obviously up first, but a lot of these second half performers are just walking on stage in their casual clothes, and they'll get changed a little bit later. Slovenia.
You know what, I was like, you know how they were announced last? I was like, are they going to be shot by qualifier?
So I was like, it's either going to be them or Georgia, like one of the two.
Because it was that bit where like you kind of got to three and you're like, what? Who was announced? Was it like, was Armenia announced 8th? Or 9th, sorry.
I think Armenia was 9th, yeah.
Because I was like, oh my god, either Slovenia, Georgia, or Armenia isn't going to qualify. Like, what? Honestly, like, I mean, I was all for San Marino giving us a shock, but like, come that, I was like, okay, who of these people aren't going to qualify? Like, it was, yeah. In a way, it felt more like, because I mean, semi-final one was the difficult semi-final, but we didn't have any shocks, did we really?
No.
I think we all kind of knew who was going to qualify. We all pretty much got 9 out of 10 of the predictions, I'd say. But with this one, this was the one where you were going to get a shock. So this one felt the harsher one in a way, didn't it?
Yeah. So after the UK has walked on for their flag parade, we then get Verka Sadushka, who ends the carpet with a bit of dancing and national
Woo-hoo. Were you shocked with Greece last night? Were you not? Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
After seeing everything, I was pretty certain they were one.
2. Yes, Serhat is coming to the live lounge? LUSH Lounge.
The LUSH Live Lounge.
The LUSH Live Lounge. Maybe we'll have him on a LUSH live stream in the lounge. Oh, Devon will be coming for Serhat, surely. Yeah. Honestly, like, I have to tell you, I saw, me and Devon went to see Jedward at Euroclub last night, and I have never seen that man so starstruck in my life at Jedward. It was the funniest thing. Like, Devon could walk past Marco Mangoni, Diodato, Achille Lauro, and be like, meh. Devon in a room with Jedward. Devon made me camp out at the front row of the Euroclub for an hour. so we could be at the front for Jedward. Then he started like putting like the most, probably like their back catalogue, like random song titles on his phone, and he was holding it up trying to get them to play it. Honestly, he was in awe. He was like looking up at them like that. It was the funniest thing. I've seen nothing like it. Honestly, I've never seen Devon starstruck. Who's up first? Oh, I'm hearing some life in the lounge, which is lovely. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Luxembourg's geographically bigger than Liechtenstein, if that helps. That does help. Go Albania. I'm really pleased to that Albania qualified as well. Like, I wasn't sure if it would. It was one of those where we weren't sure, but like I was really pleased.
I almost feel like if you were looking for a song with some sort of traditional influences, whether Albania stole Georgia's thunder a bit.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like Albania's staging was much more dynamic for 3 minutes, whereas Georgia, it was Iru stood there for the whole thing. The LED screens were nice, but they weren't overly captivating. So
I think like Albania made me like want to be Albanian. Do you know what I mean? When like the way that like they staged it, the way that they all danced together and had the red pieces of cloth. It made me want to be Albanian, and I can imagine like if you're diaspora at home and if you're like watching that with your family, if you could see that like at Eurovision, like I imagine it would be really special. And I loved what they were wearing actually. I know there was like conversations about the costumes, but I loved it. I'm glad it got through. What do we think of Spain going before Sweden? What do we think?
Well, if it is the commercial break between Spain and Sweden, then it almost doesn't really matter because you've got like 8-10 minutes of fill time.
So I think Israel has benefited from the running order, definitely. They were good to draw the second half. Austria, maybe, the running order will impact them. I think obviously Sweden, Finland, Spain all getting quite early. I think that has made a bit of a difference. So I'd say probably Israel has benefited the most and maybe Austria has been damaged the most.
I do wonder whether Croatia, now being super late, could steal some of Finland's ton of their points.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay. Czech Republic is in the final for the 5th time, and their starting positions 2, 14, 3, 1, and up until again. This really isn't fair. Do we think 14 is a bad position?
Well, I guess they drew second half, but they've been put like at the start of the second half, so they've never been like at the end.
I see what you mean actually. I wonder why that is. Vote Cyprus, woohoo! I'm a big fan of Andrew and he's really lovely. Yeah, Iceland consists of mainly geysers and volcanoes. In elves, right? I love all the like Icelandic elves stories. Like that makes me. Yeah, I've got a little book of Icelandic like mythical stories. And like when I went to Iceland, and I was really conscious that how they say like don't move rocks from the beach and stuff because like you could be moving like an elf's house. Like I was like, oh my friend, I was like, don't move them, like don't take the stones, because I was really worried about disturbing the elves.
FYI, nothing is really happening at the moment. They're just practicing with the graphics quite a bit. So we've seen the voting card come up on screen about 10 times now. So they just seem to be practicing some background tech stuff.
So what I think about yesterday's Sweden performance, it was really charismatic. I think obviously we talked about Battle of the Bands a lot with the semi-final, and I didn't necessarily, like for me, like I didn't necessarily have Slovenia down as being one of the more charismatic ones that were going to really work with the fact they couldn't use their instruments, but I thought they did a brilliant job. Like whenever anyone wasn't on camera, they were like hyping the crowd up, and you could see they were really like supporting each other as well, which was lovely. Like, kind of, you could see they were kind of like checking in with each other, like on stage, which I think really helped and really got them going. And you know, like, they didn't stand still the whole time, which really helped. And Boyan was just Boyan, wasn't he? Like, he can just charm anyone, can't he? What did you think?
I thought it was really good. I think it's the sort of song that benefits from having the live crowd there. So I think it was certain from when I watched it in the like first dress rehearsal where there wasn't a crowd, it was certainly a lot more elevated last night. They could sort of feed off people's energy and just really get going.
Spain is going to win the jury vote, Croatia and Finland the telephone. I could say that. I could very much say that.
I could see that, and then Sweden finishing like second, third.
Yeah. Because AIA is like stunning, isn't it? Like, it really needs.
Although after last night, I do feel like Armenia could do quite well in the jury vote.
Yeah. Do you think as well maybe Albania and Spain might kind of compete for a bit of kind of that ethnic sort of?
Yeah, potentially.
We also wanted Georgia in the final. I'm really, really disappointed. We know in 2 days' time whether or not Turkey will return to Eurovision as well. I'm really excited for it. I'm really, really hoping that Turkey will make back. I think we've had a Turkey-shaped vacuum in all of our hearts for the past 11 years, and it would make me really, really happy for Turkey to come back. Lana hopes that Croatia will win. But if Finland is not top 5 in the juries, how can it win the whole contest? It would need a landslide televote, I think, wouldn't it? But then the juries may well respect Karia for what it is, I think, as well. I don't think it kind of needs to be traditional or conventional for the juries to respect it. They may well respect Karia for his artistry, so I wouldn't necessarily rule out, especially I think if the juries appreciate how much it clearly speaks to people. I don't think we necessarily need to rule out the juries absolutely tanking Karia. So someone would take out Poland for Georgia if they had the chance.
Like, it's certainly a big improvement. Like, Blanca's journey has been incredible compared to that national final performance. I just feel like all those on-screen graphics was too much for me.
Yeah, they love a good graphic, don't they, Poland? So this is fun. What is your voting strategy in the grand final? Canadian first-time voter here with the rest of the world vote. So my advice would be, like, just go with your heart. Like, don't go with your head, go with your heart. If you're only going to vote, vote for all your favourites. You could do that. I think San Marino were like, you can vote up to 20 times. So you could do that, and you could, like, divvy it up between your favourites if you don't want to choose. Or you could just kind of watch all the performances, and I would say just, like, go with your heart, because at the end of the day, like, when there's 200 million people watching, like, whether or not you choose Cyprus or Lithuania, like, probably isn't going to make all the difference. But, like, since it is your first vote, you can be like, you know what, I really like this song really spoke to me, so I showed it my support. So yeah, I would say, like, don't try and strategize it, just enjoy it, go with your gut. Yeah, what's your advice for a first time voter?
Yeah, don't think too hard, I'd say. I know, like, in the fandom you sort of build up like 15 favourites, and you sort of want to show support to all of them, but I would probably just pick, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 or so, just like the really key ones. So, like, I'll probably choose, like, my top favourites, and then maybe an additional one that I think might not be as popular, but I quite like to boost them up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I tend to do. Like, if I quite like the favourite, I wouldn't necessarily vote for them. But then, like, if I kind of, like you say, quite like a unique one that not a lot of other people like, I might. But then I suppose that's probably me going with my heart, where I'm like, actually, you know what, I want to support you, yeah. And I think it's fun. It's always fun to vote when you've not heard the songs before, where it's kind of like, ooh, who am I going to pick? But I think if it's a year that kind of I've been within the Wee Vlogs bubble and I've got to know everyone, I find it really hard to vote, just because, you know, it's like you know everyone's so lovely, and like I think that's something particular this year, like with having the LUSH Lounge, and having people come in for us, like we've got to chat with them all, and genuinely, like, they're such lovely people, and yeah. Good luck, Turkey. Woo! Oh, thank you so much. That is really lovely of you. That means a lot. Jonathan, would you like to share your Instagram handle?
Literally just my name, at Jonathan Vautry, which is Autrey.
Woohoo!
It's a very uncommon name, so I can pretty much just use it straight away in whatever social media I want. So.
And I have a really common name. Oh yeah, did anyone see that when the San Marino guy like fell off the sofa? That made me laugh. And in case, not that you asked, but I am Katie. Wait, let me. Not that you asked, but hey, I am Katie with an IE .Lou.Wilson. In case anyone is interested. Bit of self-promotion, why not?
Still nothing happening in this.
Still nothing happening. Oh well, you can. Yeah, we're not. You can listen to us talking nonsense. Who might be the shock last place this year? Possibly maybe a ballad that.
Estonia.
Possibly a ballad. Big Five are all pretty strong, because there's normally about Big Five that's last, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Big Five are all pretty strong, so maybe like a ballad that's quite early on. Do I think Spain will be top 10? Yeah, I think it's going to be top 5 or top 3. Oh, Horig has landed. May can do a lot better than her rehearsal might suggest. Maybe nerves or the amount of stage business to deal with.
They've just practiced the winner graphic with Austria. Oh, now Belgium. Austria and Belgium have just won Eurovision.
Woo! Yeah, I think possibly May is holding back slightly, just so that live she can give it everything really. Netherlands practicing the winner, a bit odd.
I don't know, I feel like she would have gone full out for that order performance, because that's essentially her semi-final, which was good, but not amazing.
If producers don't know the results when doing the Grand Final, I thought they did. I thought they did know the results.
So the Dutch team, when they did it, they revealed that they don't know the full results. They just go based off of hunches. So like they know the betting odds, they know the fan favourites. So it's that sort of thing that they're using rather than the
that's like so dumb, because like my hunch was that like Constructor wasn't going to qualify last year and Achille Lauro would. So it's like, how can you go off hunches? That's so silly. Belgium is in the final. I'm so thrilled. Woohoo! So are we. Yeah, Croatia may well be tanked by the. Yeah, so like a Moldova style, like high televote, low jury, yeah. Yeah, I could see that happening, to be honest. I think they kind of make no apologies about not taking themselves seriously, so yeah. What's happening, Jonathan? Tell us.
We're doing the flag parade again. So they've had one go, we're now getting a second attempt at it.
Tractor for the win! opinion to Poland qualifying. I suppose now we know that it's like for the sake of losing Georgia, and I mean, like even losing Greece and Iceland, I was a bit sad about. I think, yeah, I mean, it's a nice song. We have a lot of female empowerment in there, so I think, you know, kind of, we've got Unicorn, we've got Queen of Kings, we've got a lot with dance breaks as well. So whether or not we would have swapped them out, possibly. But then obviously, like, Blanca's not had it easy, has she? And she's done really well. She's made lots of improvements. So, you know, congrats to her. And I think she's done a good job to qualify. But yeah, maybe I would have liked to have seen Georgia in there instead.
Interestingly, my mum was texting me during the grand final, and she was like,
Horrig, would you like to join our stream?
This is super weak. Most of these songs don't really deserve to go through, but she...
Horrig Muldoon is in the building, guys.
Hello. She did actually have Poland among the 5 that she thought would only deserve to go through. So, and my mum is not a massive pop. Well, like she's 80s pop, but I wouldn't necessarily. She would normally go for Poland, so I thought that's interesting. I feel like it probably catered to just like quite a lot of people in general.
I think because there weren't many songs, there's not like the big girl summer bop song in that semi.
In that semi,
and
yeah,
that semi,
they're all in the first, aren't they?
Like if we think about it, Gustav.
But then Delia.
Yeah, she was probably the victim, but I suppose her song is a bit.
Yeah, it's
I love
bass.
that song.
Yeah.
But then I think lyric-wise,
lyric-wise, yeah. But I guess we got 3 of our party songs. And see, Delia is like upbeat, but it's not exactly party. It's kind of more anthemic or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So we were having this conversation earlier. So I feel like Israel has benefited from it the most, and maybe Austria or Spain has been done the most disservice. What do you think?
I think definitely Austria, because a lot of people were even on to me who don't follow that closely, and they're like, why is Austria being put first? It's such a good song. But I guess the EBU's thinking is that it is a big party song, it's quality, it'll get people to stay, that there's other songs. Like I think Poland could have been put there, but maybe it's not a strong enough opener.
Yeah.
It's too light.
Yeah.
So there always has to be a sacrifice. Like every year we have the same conversation, because there's usually a favourite put first. But if it's strong enough, it shouldn't
Pasha's
do much.
Who do you think came last in each semi-final?
Oh, last. I think Ireland and Romania.
This Callister agrees with you. You know what? So Bernardo Tavares Pereira, our lovely Portuguese correspondent, is not worried whatsoever about Portugal at number 2 spot. Maro was 3rd. Maro came top 10. Mimi Cat will slay. Mimi Cat.
It's actually fun. Like we've convinced Bernardo that the other night I sent him a text that Mimi Cat might do a fuego, kind of half teasing him, and he came back fully like, yes girl, yes she's going to do that. He has every belief in her.
Yeah, Bernardo Tavares Pereira is not worried, therefore we are not worried. Mimi Cat will slay whatever she is. So I was telling the Jedward story. This is how far back I am being still. Genuinely, it was the funniest thing. Like I was watching, like I wasn't even watching I wasn't even watching Jedward. I was watching Debin watch Jedward. It was so funny.
Yeah, because Debin, as you know, if you watch Wee Vlogs, he's rarely starstruck.
Like Marco Mangoni can walk past you, be like, Marco who?
Yeah, it needs to be a big deal for Debin.
Oh, a big deal.
Yeah, really.
Oh my god. Yes, we were just talking about how Iru was robbed, and it is a real shame.
I wasn't that shocked that she didn't qualify.
Oh, I was.
I think, because she's your twin.
I know.
I think the problem is the staging obviously didn't help, because she was just stood there, and like I was saying to Jonathan last night, like we both agreed that there was nothing much happening on stage. But my problem with the song has always been her diction, and it's very hard to grasp what she's saying.
But then I don't mind that, because if I wasn't a native English speaker, I couldn't care less. Like Boyan, for all I know, could be going like, like, do you know what I mean? Boyan could be, I don't care.
But see, I think the thing is though that it's clear though that the words she's singing are poorly pronounced. Like it doesn't sound like any language.
Yeah. Like Malcolm and Goni could be singing the Yellow Pages, I don't know.
But like with her, she did a story on Instagram, she did a Q&A a while back, and she said, oh, this part of my song is gibberish.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like, girl, which part? Because it's all like incomprehensible to me. I think in a few years, I think maybe she's not quite ready for it either. I think she's quite young. In a few years' time, maybe she can come back. But I'm not hating on it, but I'm not surprised that it didn't qualify.
If you watch our acoustic performance that she did in the LUSH Lounge, like, it sounds totally different and it's amazing. I really like the acoustic version of it as well, so like it's definitely worth a listen if you haven't heard.
And if you guys thought Georgia was qualifying, who took her spot, in your opinion?
I think we both said Poland.
Poland. So obviously Estonia and Lithuania both got through. I was surprised that kind of both of the female more ballady songs got through. I could have seen a situation where only one of them got through.
See, I think as well in this semi there was a lot of downbeat song. There was songs that were either downbeat or were like very powerful but not party, and that's probably as well where Georgia fell down. That maybe in a semi with more light pop, it might have stood out more.
So we've finished the second run through of the flag parade, and our hosts have entered. Alicia, Yulia, Hannah, and now joined by Graham Norton as well.
And I didn't hear any of your description of the flag parade. What's it like, and how are they incorporating the Ukrainian artists?
So it's essentially the LEDs from the catwalk up into the back screen.
Okay, so a bit like Stockholm.
Yeah, but they're like flags.
Okay.
In lines. And then they have, I don't know, 8 of them come out, go to either side, and then first up is Go Away. They're on like the B stage somewhere doing Shum, and then they've got Jamala comes out, does 1944 after another set. Third one is Tina Karol with Show Me Your Love, and then they end with Vershka.
It's kind of unlucky for the people who have Jamala, because the rest are such like party songs, like yes, Go Away, and then Jamala's like very serious and downbeat. But yeah, I get why they've included her.
Oh yeah, she's brilliant, isn't she? Like, she's done so much as well for Ukraine. We were saying. Do you think Armenia will stand out between two dance songs? I think Armenia will stand out anyway. It looks amazing visually. I'd say it's one of the best visuals. Ooh, tell us what's happening.
So they're showing a league table of the countries with the most wins.
No.
So Ireland obviously at the top, then Sweden with 6.
That's interesting. Like some people could argue that that's kind of like pushing the vote, that people will vote for Sweden to get them to pass out Ireland, or they'd be like, no, we don't want Sweden to pass out Ireland, and they won't vote. Exactly. It's an odd inclusion to have. Definitely.
Opinions about Georgia. So we've just had a chat about Georgia. Iru, how you know what I was really upset. Like that is coming from me. I felt really, really awful for her. I think Georgia had high expectations of her. She's been waiting a lot of years to do it.
And you were on the journey with her kind of from the beginning, because you were at the final of the national selection.
Yeah,
so.
I was at the Voice of Georgia. And yeah, she was really lovely. And kind of, we were like having conversations then about, just the whole adventure. And I know, like, obviously she wrote her song with Giga, and I think like that's something that they both really put their heart and soul into.
And Giga is the guy who would have written all their junior Eurovision songs.
Yeah. And I know kind of, Georgia were talking about the top 10, talking about their best result ever. Yeah, and I feel really sorry for her, and I think she.
And Georgia are a country that, despite the result, they're never afraid to experiment. Like, they'll never go for the safe option. I think the only safe Georgian song I can think of is Waterfall. Like, the rest, there's some kind of experimentation or pushing the boat out a little bit. So, like, Ireland is another country that's down on their luck, but that's for lack of imagination. Like, Georgia, though, will always be out of the box. So I just hope that they're not afraid to keep trying. Like, they'll hit it right eventually. It's just working out what Europe likes.
Yeah, and I hope as well, like, Iru's not disheartened as well, and she doesn't rule out coming back.
At the end of the day, she's still a Eurovision champion in Junior Eurovision, so she always has that.
I could see Israel getting top 3. I don't think I see it winning, but I do see it getting top 5 or top 3. Woo, Cyprus, woo, love Andrew. Opinion for Cyprus, I love Cyprus, and they're really, really, really lovely, which I told this story yesterday, but it's worth telling. I'm having like sleeping issues at the moment because I'm doing shift work, and it was like...
Don't tell me that's sending you to sleep. That's sending you to sleep. Solving your insomnia.
And it wasn't feeling very well when Cyprus were in the LUSH Lounge, and they gave me like a pouch of Cypriot lavender to help with my sleeping, and it's really, really helped. And it was just a really lovely gesture. And then also Andrew is lovely, and the song really slays. And I think live, I enjoyed it live. And I enjoy his charisma as a performer as well.
Where would you say he'll finish up? Where would you predict? I struggle to see it on the left-hand side. Top
of the right-hand side, I will say. But I think in terms of male ballads, you get so many male ballad singers where I'm like, I don't believe a word you're saying. But with Andrew, I'm kind of like, okay, you're convincing me here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
His backing vocals are convincing me.
Shade, we need one of those shade rattle buttons. Rattlesnake effect.
So we are into the actual acts now. Austria are on stage for this first dress rehearsal. It is a great opening song. Like, I know obviously there was a lot of shock that it's a fan favourite coming on first, but it is going to get the party started.
But if we think back of the last few years, who have opened? Like last year, it was Czech.
Czech.
And that damaged them for sure. They didn't perform that well. Then in 2021, it was. Let's see. I know like some acts have done, like Laura Tesoro opened in 2016 and it didn't do. She came top 10. Maria Yarenchuk opened. She came top 10.
She was fourth,
like,
wasn't she?
Yeah. So like,
I loved
it. Doesn't always, like, I think if the song is party enough, it will have an impact. I think Czechia's problem last year was that it's an upbeat song, but it's more chill. Where this is very memorable. And it also depends on what comes after it. And this stands out for Mimi Cat. Although another point people have made is that it's an odd choice in terms of colour palette, because this is very red and Mimi Cat is very red.
But they had that in the semi-final as well. They had like San Marino followed by Austria, followed pretty closely by Albania as well.
Yeah.
So 2022 was Elena Sagrenou El Diablo opening.
Really? She opened?
Yeah.
That damaged her a little bit, I'd say, because she was kind of had high expectations and she didn't finish as high as a lot of people were thinking.
She finished 16th.
Yeah. So it obviously varies from year to year. Like some songs it doesn't impact. But that debate is going to be forever there, like how much the running order has an impact.
Yeah. And I suppose as well, like, it's always going to be a factor, isn't it, when there's 26 songs? And
and somebody has to perform second, somebody has to perform 26th. And one thing, I don't know if you guys have discussed it yet, like, I think UK could be lost in the mix coming straight after Croatia. Like, they're coming, like, after seeing the snippet on YouTube last night, like, the UK, it seems a bit too chilled and relaxed.
Yeah.
compared to the absolute madness and chaos of
And
Croatia.
also being only like 3 songs after Israel as well. Just, I think is a stronger female pop.
Like, I think
Yeah.
if it hadn't been drawn at random, the UK and Ukraine were the only ones drawn at random, I think the UK wouldn't be the show closer. It doesn't feel like a
Yeah.
natural fit in this lineup.
Yeah.
Mimicat is on stage.
Ooh. Oh my god. It's
I
what
love
I
the song.
love. I love what she's wearing as well.
She's kind of a surprise for a lot of people that when I was in the arena for the rehearsals in Eurovision Village for the actual show, that's one of the few songs that people were really clapping along, and you could hear it through the
Which
TV
is
as well.
Interesting.
Like, it's foreign language, it's not like a really popular genre, but people seem to be really getting behind her. Like, she could be the surprise.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think she's a surprise winner, but she could be a surprise up there in the top 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope she is.
Yeah, me too.
And-
Go on.
And then I think I saw somewhere as well that she's one of the native language songs, and the only one that failed to qualify from the semi-final, I may be wrong, but was Romania.
It's Romania.
So like the non-English songs are doing very well this year, and I think we're definitely going to have a few. Well, obviously Finland is going to be in the top 10. I think there's a very good chance of Slovenia being in top 10.
Yeah.
Spain.
Spain, France, Portugal, they're all battling for top 10s, I would say.
Italy.
Oh, Italy, of course.
I suppose it's a question as well for people that like say Eru when they ask questions about the lyrics, and even like maybe San Marino as well, where they were like, these lyrics are a bit weird. Since non-English is doing quite well, maybe there won't be the obligation anymore to speak in English. Someone just asked whether there was a picture of me and Eru together, and yes, there is. So we're going to do a collaboration with Taral and Taran. Neither Eru nor Taran and Taran know this yet, but it's happening. Oh, I can tell the difference between those two now. I've just realised that I can.
Well, I'm just looking at questions. There's a lot of questions about There's questions about Albania. So this person feels Albania finished 7th or 8th, Poland was 9th, and Estonia 10th. I think that's not unreasonable. I think Albania, though, Albania was a surprise for me.
Was it?
But the staging then really elevated it. Like, if I was going off Albania based on the Festival of Kanga's performance and the music video, I wouldn't have rated it, because it's not a song that I listen to
Right.
much.
I was saying that Albania like makes me want to be Albanian. Do you know what I mean? How it's like kind of the family together, like all like in dancing, and I think like I can imagine if you were like kind of in like diaspora, like if you watch that, I imagine it would like kind of a really lovely moment, and to kind of bring something like that to Liverpool, like I imagine it kind of brought a lot of like nostalgia for people maybe, or kind of brought a lot of people home. Which I think Albania is really good at doing. Like I think like Unida did it as well, and I think that's kind of really lovely to like witness at Eurovision.
And it's clearly a formula that works for them, because
Yeah.
for the last few years they've sent big female ballads, and most of them have got to the final.
Tell us what you're seeing on the screen, Jonathan.
So Portugal's finished. We're now into Switzerland's Postcards. He's doing his wakeboarding. I forget what they call this. Whatever he was doing. I feel like there's also quite a bit of red in. Is there quite a bit of red in Switzerland's performance
There
as well?
is, there
It's
is.
like it's very red heavy to begin the grand final.
Then there is, I guess, a good bit of red staging this year. Albania is also very red.
Yeah, Austria's very red. It's mad how many dance breaks there is as well, isn't there? Like especially watching like the semi-final, I'm like but it's so funny how it's so obvious that like everyone just watched Chanel and thought, I know
It's
what we
influence.
need. Yeah.
It's kind of the Chanel influence, and then there's a little bit trickling down of Måneskin still, because we had a lot of bands this year.
Yes, trickling from Måneskin. And I think the holograph is like what Kalush did, isn't it? So That's true. It's all about Måneskin actually.
And I'm not sure. I'm surprised that there weren't more kind of Sam Ryder style, big male ballads.
Yeah.
Like we got a lot of females this year, but like the males we have Ramo and Marco. But
Andrew.
But none of them are up Sam Ryder kind of glam rock kind of style ballad.
Yeah.
But then I suppose if you say he's kind of glam rock, then Australia's kind of got elements of that. Maybe it's different, but like.
Glam rock, yeah. Yeah, Slovenia to an extent, I guess. But then I suppose Slovenia were just like themselves, aren't they? Because I don't know if you remember the London Eurovision party live stream where they were like, oh, apparently it's meant to be like, we need like a kind of catchy universal word and simple lyrics, and they were kind of like, oh, we had none of that. Whoops. So I think they like just kind of submit, like maybe what Ireland fell down on was like, as we said, kind of trying to write a Eurovision song.
Yeah.
But I think they just wrote a Joker Out song and then submitted it.
And I think that's where success comes. Like most of the songs that do well, they're songs that artists would have released in the real world. Like there's not many times that a song that's clearly written for Eurovision will win the contest. Like often they do well, but they don't win.
Like Kano is the obvious one I can think of that
I think back when they were in the contest, Russia did quite well with songs that were clearly written for Eurovision. Sergei and Polina's songs would never be commercially released, but they obviously did well. But most other countries, when they do it, it's very obvious and it doesn't perform well for them.
Or Azerbaijan will do a Eurovision song, wouldn't they? And I think
not so much recently.
What, Nadia wasn't, do you not think?
Not really, like for them compared to what they were doing in the like early 2010s. And this year's definitely was not sticking to the Eurovision formula.
Proud of themselves for.
Like they've gone more experimental since. Like they don't always go experimental. Like Effendi was obviously very much in the Eurovision template, but. But I think Azerbaijan have kind of chilled a little bit. Like they used to always really want to be winning and do whatever means necessary, whereas now they're kind of more just, they've mellowed out in their approach and they'll send a song for them.
Which I hope they stick to doing, Which I hope they stick to doing.
Any interesting questions?
Let's have a look. Blanca's postcard is...
Yeah, she's back DJing, ready to bring the party. Do we know if she can actually DJ or is she just like miming?
Oh, this is interesting. See, the rest of world vote. So people have the theory that Spain or Portugal could win based on the language. But this is kind of like a completely new it's a new pool of people. Like we don't know who's voting, that it's is it just going to be hardcore Eurovision fans? Like how many people are watching in other countries?
I would have thought it's mainly going to be fans because it's not being advertised in other countries, is it?
No, I presume not. Like I saw somewhere that Chile was broadcasting it, but like I don't know if it's a big network.
Blanca's going to really speak to them, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is interesting. Like if it's just regular Eurovision fans, I would say that the vote's not going to be that different than the typical fan polls that are going around.
Portugal, I didn't think of. I thought Spain might have been a candidate for rest of the world, but Portugal's a good point actually.
Portugal has Brazil.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I don't think. Like obviously there are a lot of Spanish-speaking countries, but like equally the population of the US is huge.
Would maybe, I suppose you've got the Canadian vote for France as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I think the thing is though that it's probably going to be quite minimal. Like Eurovision is still niche. Like I know it's shown on the Peacock network in the US, but I don't know if it gets. I don't think it would get like a substantial enough number of people to make votes go any one way. But it would be interesting, and I hope it doesn't like flop Like I remember a few times when Junior Eurovision did it initially, the site crashed and people couldn't vote.
You are incorrect, I think. I think that is an incorrect answer. I do not see Portugal coming last. Should we do top 5?
Let's see.
But then mine's changed since I've done the scoreboards. And some of mine, I think, aren't in it anymore, I think. I can't really remember what I've voted for.
So then, I would say my top 5, are we saying predictions or preferences?
Preferences.
So I would say, see, my top 5 as well when it comes to preferences, like, if I was to hear Carrier come up on my playlist, I would probably skip. But in the show, he's my top 5 because it's such a spectacle.
Yeah, I get you.
So I would definitely have Carrier. I would definitely have Loreen. Spain is kind of the same for me. I always skip her when she comes on Spotify, but she puts on such a performance. Austria then maybe because I just like the song so much. Norway I've played a lot, but for some reason when I see it live, it doesn't scream top 5.
Right.
And then France. See, France, I was more excited when the little TikTok came out. It looked really like, wow, something is happening. But then it stays kind of samey. I know she drops the dress and the pillar comes down, but I'm not as excited now that I've seen the full performance.
So it's in my top 5. Italy's top, shock. So some ones that have brought, Armenia is definitely in my top 5 now. Moldova has always been in my top 5.
Oh, really?
Always, honestly, love it. And then like some ones that have grown, so like Czechia has grown on me a lot. A lot really has.
Like I think like people have been saying that this is the worst Eurovision ever, which is not news. People say that every year, but I think we're going to end up with a very strong top 10.
Yeah.
And there'd be some songs that'll be forgotten, which is always the case. But the top 10, like it's quite hard to like whittle it down to just the top 5.
And that's it. It's like, what do you play on your like? Is the top 5 from first listen? Is the top 5, like you say, what you play on Spotify? Is the top 5 what you enjoy the most?
And see, it changes. Like I remember the year that 2021 when Ukraine selected Go Away, I was like, what is this noise? And now that's the only song I regularly play from 2021. Like things change. So yeah, it's hard. It's going to be a tough one to call. And the thing we always have as people who are very deeply involved in the Eurovision community, we've been living with Loreen and Carrier for so long that we're kind of nearly biased, and like we see flaws in the staging, let's say, of Tattoo. But people,
like the box is smaller.
Like the vast majority of people on Saturday will not have seen it. So will they get the same wow effect as we got when we saw her in Melfest, or will they be like, the box is a bit small? So like we're always biased, and I feel especially towards the Melody Festival Island songs because they're the same staging basically.
And within that, I think obviously we came into it with like, oh my god, it's Loreen, and I don't think anyone would have let themselves not like Loreen. But then when Loreen is known to you, if you're just a casual viewer, will you kind of feel that obligation or kind of that awe of it's Loreen?
I think a lot of it will depend on the commentators as well. That if they say this is the woman who sang Euphoria, people know Euphoria. But in most countries, she's a one-hit wonder. So her name, the Loreen brand, is kind of doesn't carry much weight, but Euphoria does. So if the commentators like, this is the woman that sang Euphoria, if she wins, she'll be the joint with Johnny Logan. She'll be only the second person to win it twice. Sweden will pass like Ireland. Like there's a lot of narrative that has to be communicated, and if some of that is done in a lot of countries, it could sway the vote. And then people will be biased. But then if you're watching without commentary and you don't know who she is, it's just another song.
Jonathan, talk us through what you're seeing on the screen. It's
so Serbia
stunning.
is on stage. Luke still has his sort of black ribbon on in the commemoration of events that happened there recently. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very similar to what we've seen before. This was in my top 5 beforehand, and is probably still there. I just really love the song, though I do feel like it's the sort of thing that might put some people off. So we will see.
And so we're 5 songs in. Has there been any noticeable changes to anything so far?
No.
And has there been any segments yet? When are we due our first break, or do we know?
Well, we're suspecting that it might come before Sweden, because they'll want to hoist a thing up.
Okay.
But obviously France is up next, so that'll be sort of the first new thing, shall we say, and we'll get a look at her postcard.
Oh yeah, that's exciting. We get to see the big 5 and Ukraine's postcards for the first time.
No.
This will be the question
Yeah.
for France. Will they feature the Eiffel Tower, or will they go somewhere new?
Oh yeah, that is a good point. Italy, Marcangoni.
Oh, 1 vote.
Well, it's time to find out.
Oh, the French postcard.
Where are we off to?
So, in Ukraine, we are heading to...
Oh, it's going to be
Potocki Palace.
It's going to be the Palace of Versailles, isn't it?
Oh yeah, because she was riding a horse. We saw that clip, didn't we? In the UK, we go to Hopetoun House. And then in France, we are heading to... Château de Fontainebleau.
The French clearly have decided it's time to promote some
To
of
mix it
their
up
other
a bit.
many
Ooh.
many castles.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so she's riding on her horse around this chateau. Did you see there was a clip of her falling off the horse, I think. After her, at least I think that's what I saw.
But she's clearly okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Bloody hell. I was going to ask what are they going to do for Ukraine in the UK, but we're going to find out, aren't we? So that's a bit of a silly question.
And we'll find out Italy. We'll find out
Very
Germany.
excited to see.
Spain.
Okay. Dramatic opening. Lazada waving her hands around with some spotlights.
Do you see Israel at top 5? Yeah, I do.
So do we think any songs will go viral, like Snap?
I could see.
Well, I mean, Norway already has, so...
But it's not viral, kind of in that Snap went viral and then like charted all over the place.
Yeah.
Like I can't see Sandra charting in the Billboard Hot 100. It's a very like European Eurovision song. I don't know if that has the global impact. Like it has gone a little bit viral, but Carrie maybe.
Yeah.
Like Daphne's performance, I'd say, will go viral online.
Could you see like?
So far, the most viral thing I think has been Ireland's Camel Toe. I'm not lying; it's the truth. Song-wise, Carrie, you were going to say something.
Sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
Yeah, because we've had a couple of like viral hits in a row. Like Arcade went viral, but several, like nearly a year after. Måneskin went viral, but with a different song. Snap went viral. Daddy went viral during the pandemic. So like it's like, and they're all very different songs. So it's hard to say what. Like Austria could go viral. The po.
Whoever TikTok takes a fancy to.
Yeah, because like this is what happened. Like last year, there was the Wee Wee Jam, and Rosalind was one of the acts, and people weren't like, people were excited to see a Eurovision act, obviously, but nobody was like absolutely losing their mind. And then like
no one was doing what Devon was doing with Jedward last night. Yeah.
And then she becomes like this huge breakout star. Like nobody could have foreseen it, and like obviously then in the final, like she came 20th or something. So
yeah.
it's
Could you see maybe like, I suppose them to stick in the same sort of genre, like Turan and Taral going viral with theirs?
I don't know if they're already out.
See, I think they've missed.
Most people want to watch the grand final.
Yeah, but wasn't that the mid Snap go viral? Right?
Yeah, no, Snap was used a couple of times on TikTok and then it went, like, her performance itself didn't go viral, it was the sound. But then what kind of TikToks could you soundtrack with Turan and Taral?
Yeah, but what kind of TikToks did you sound with Snap?
Well, Snap was all about, like, wasn't it, like, memories and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. We're getting a VT after France.
But they're keeping it under wraps.
Yeah, so it's VT to come.
Okay, stay tuned for that. Mark Mangoni top 5, yeah. Obs.
But do you think he can beat Licenciale's success? That was top 10.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it was just inside the top 10. Like, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't very high. Which do you prefer?
Probably. I would say probably L'Essentiale.
Yeah,
because
same.
it's got the nostalgia to it, I think, as well. Do you remember Non Passerai? That's my favourite Mark Mangoni song ever.
It's from the same album.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it was like his follow-up. And I like Guerriero as well. I like that one.
It's like you're a true Marco Mangoni stan. Like, you've followed his career since 2013.
Genuinely.
You're not just hopping on the bandwagon now.
Oh my god, yeah. So like I went on like a day trip in Venice and I like spent like a few hours like traipsing around Venice to find like Mark Mangoni's new album, and I genuinely I fucking found it as well in this like old kind of like creaky Venetian record shop, and I remember like the kind of this like old Italian man like working by the shop thinking like, oh, here we go, fucking tourists, and I was like, all I could say was like Prego and Marco Mangoni, but I still found it.
Is this Sweden?
I don't know.
So,
Well, yeah,
So-
Mons has said that if Loreen wins, he's not going to go back to Melody Festival for quite a while.
see, I don't think he needs to go because he has some like dirt on the EBU. Like, I'm convinced the man does. Because he won in 2015, then they had him as host, fine. Then in 2017, they're like, okay, you need to give a masterclass to the Ukrainian host. Then 2018, Portugal were like, no thanks. Then 2019, what was 2019? 2019, he was switched songs. And then 2020, he was in the pandemic special. And then in 2021, he was up on the roof. And then last year, the Italians did like the Portuguese, like, no thanks, man. And now he's back again. So I think we need Spain or someone like someone South European, and they're like, Mons, stay away. Because he's there every year. Like, it's like there's other Eurovision winners. There's a lot more to choose from. Like, he's fine, he has plenty of charisma, but like, there are other people. Like,
why have you got him on
so,
speed dial?
Like
Eurovision cast that he hosts on the BBC.
Yeah, and even the years then that he's not, so he wasn't in 2018 and he wasn't last year, but I have a feeling he was the commentator for Sweden definitely in 2018.
Yeah.
And he was hosting the UK national final.
Yes, in
before.
2016.
Like, he doesn't need to do Eurovision because he's already so busy with Eurovision
he's
stuff.
like
so.
Mariah or Michael Bublé.
So I don't think you need to be worried that he's going to enter because he's never left. like he's more embedded than we blogs. Like,
what, the furniture?
like, that's why people like when he was doing the question last night, like with Philomena, people were like, he definitely knows it. Like, it's an actress to make it interesting.
I know. Like we all know Achille Lauro didn't qualify. Like, come on.
Yeah. So like, I don't think Loreen winning will encourage him. Like, I don't think honestly he needs much encouragement.
Yeah.
Like,
well, hey, he's busy with his MZ Wines business.
so yeah. No, but there is maybe. Yeah, because there's no other winner like that's come back so often.
Like a professional Eurovision winner. It's not, is there?
No, like, yeah, that's basically the best way to describe him. He's a professional Eurovision winner.
Yeah.
So what's happening now, Jonathan? We'll stop bashing poor Mons.
Cyprus is on stage, so Andrew has been doused in the water of his waterfall, and now he's in his bridge, so the flames arrived. I think they had a little break around Cyprus in the semi as well, I think. So maybe that's why the VT is in between France and Cyprus. Because I think they need to be maybe extra careful setting his flames up in the back.
2022 or 2023?
In terms of quality, I think last year I liked more songs. But this year is a much better show in terms of production and everything. Like, the BBC have done an excellent job in terms of the stage looks great, the hosts are good, most of the interval acts are good as well. Like, it's a very entertaining show. Whereas last year we all know that there was last year was very Italian.
You know how every act has that little behind the scenes clip before they go on, and everyone's been silent so far. Blanca Paloma could not help chanting "Eya, eya, eya." But we've got her postcards, and she is heading to the Rowan Theatre in Segunda, Valencia. She is drawing and designing costumes.
Shout out to Bogdan. Hi, Bogdan.
Hi.
Hey.
And that's a good point. You could see Armenia going viral, couldn't you? Like, you could see a kind of TikTok from that.
I could see people recreating. Do you know the way people now are recreating like Wes Anderson films?
Oh yeah.
That like they'd nearly have like her going to a local cafe or near cafe and doing like all this kind of stuff.
You could see that, couldn't you? Yeah.
Going to grab some smoothies.
Yeah. One thing as well, just you reminded me of it there, Jonathan, when you said about Blanca backstage. Those little sections where it looks like they're getting ready to be on stage, they're already going onto the stage, because you can see, if you're in the arena, you can see them walking on. So when they're like, oh, waving, all excited, that's all been filmed in advance. So that's just a little behind the scenes secret.
I feel like I had something happened. I can't remember where. It was just during this season. It reminded me of Bogdan, and I can't remember what it was. It was something. It must have been like a 2014 song. I'm sure it must have been like a 2014 song that came on, and I was like, oh, this reminds me of Bogdan, and I can't.
And for people who are wondering, Bogdan is a former wee wee blogger. So that's how...
I remember what it was. It was Miracle. Miracle came on, and I was like, oh.
Paula and Ovi.
Yeah.
The timing for the jury show, the jury show is basically identical to tomorrow's TV show. So it will follow the same timings. So it'll start at 8 p.m. British time, 9 p.m. Central European time, and it's not going to be streamed live. It's just for people who have the accreditation can see it, or tickets to go into the arena.
Or it's not even accreditation, is it? It's just the tickets, I think.
But accreditation can watch it on like in the press center and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
And like today's dress rehearsal is not open to the public. It's just the press. Yeah. And then so tonight's show is the first one that's open to the public, and then the family show tomorrow, and then the actual show. Yeah. So they basically do each show four times. The first one is press only, then the other three all have an audience.
It's a bit mad, isn't it, that Mika had 4 practices and still like
still got some basics wrong.
So Blanca is doing very well, as we would expect. It's all very emotional. Capturing the lights in her hand. Blanca Paloma.
Again, another red sort of staging, isn't it? Do we think this is gonna do as well as Chanel?
No.
No, do you know?
No.
I think it's less universal.
Yeah.
It's very Spanish. The sound. I think juries might like it, and I think there's not many other countries that have that same sound in their culture, so that they can identify with it. So it's harder to, like, say with Goe.
Yeah.
That's a unique sound to Ukraine, but there's a lot of neighbouring countries that would have
In
similar,
like Albania, similar.
and the kind of white voice and everything. And the same with Albania, that they have the whole Balkan region
Yeah.
has that kind of thing. Whereas Spain is very much Spain. Maybe Portugal might have that sound a little bit, but like.
So, as expected, there is an ad break between Spain and Sweden. And we are having a little Junior Eurovision section. So, a look back at the last contest in Armenia.
Mans is everywhere. There is a lot of mans indeed. Oh my god, he'd show up to the opening of an envelope.
No, it has to be a Eurovision envelope.
Oh.
But he probably did show up to the, like, did he have to open envelopes in draws for Stockholm? He possibly did.
Oh my god, imagine if Mons replaced it.
Martin Osterdahl.
Imagine.
If Mons replaced Martin Osterdahl, what would his catchphrase be? Is it...
God knows. MZ wines, 50% off. MZ Carver.
We are the heroes.
Let's not have Mons represent the UK higher.
No, I don't think the UK would. The UK is one of those countries I think that it would nearly always have to be a British person. I know
Yeah.
Katrina won, but I think even she was living in the UK at the time.
Yeah.
And I don't think the UK would ever send someone that has already represented another country. Like
Yeah.
they're quite proud, even though they don't send songs that necessarily do well. I think it would have to be a UK person.
Is Olivia Newton-John living in the UK?
I think she was born in the UK, so she's Australian, but I think she was born. And I don't think Mons, like, even though he does all the UK gigs, I think he'd rather go for Sweden again if he did go.
Yeah.
So, contrary to previous years, we all don't seem to be getting a live performance of the Junior Eurovision winner. He was just in a little BT saying hello, can't wait to welcome you to France later this year.
So he wasn't even on stage.
No.
Okay, so they're limiting it then. That they seem to be cutting it down compared to other years. Then, even though it was never huge.
Yeah, the audience did go wild for Austria. It was one of those ones that got
You
a
could
lot
hear
of-
through the TV screen.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when you hear it through the TV screen, you know it's very loud because the audience is loud for every song. So for it to be picked up by the mics on stage,
And especially when they have the noise cancelling things, don't they?
yeah, no, it means it's very loud. Like the ones that I could hear last night I watched it in the Eurovision Village on the big screen, was Belgium and Austria. They were the two loudest.
Yeah.
You were in the arena,
I was.
so would you agree with that they were the loudest? Or?
I would, yeah, I would agree. Australia as well was another one.
Yeah, they got big reaction actually during the dress rehearsal as well.
Oh, Loreen is taken to the stage.
There's been some comments about how they didn't show the money shot in the semi-final performance, where it's sort of like you can see the ceiling above her sort of thing. So we'll see if they've changed that.
One change that I actually think is good is that they've done it in such a way that she's not completely enveloped in the smoke. I know it was, I think, a malfunction in Melody Festival, but even compared to the semi-final, she has less smoke and it's easier to connect with her because you can actually see her face and what's going on. So that is an improvement. Did you guys see the clip from the press rehearsal where Aftonbladet asked her about being off pitch? and she's like, darling.
Well, bitch, what do you mean, darling?
If you want a little chuckle, go back to the winners' press conference from semi-final 1.
It was the same guy as the one who asked the Måneskin question, wasn't it?
Yeah,
October,
he has no fear when it comes to asking questions. Although my favorite possibly press conference.
Heroes in a way. We are the heroes. It's your time. Oh god. Oh, thank you.
She's giving Katie, of the nail queens we have this year.
Yeah.
We have Loreen,
Lazara.
May.
Me.
Which is your favorite?
I'm gonna switch up Kari as my favourite with his green and black.
Okay.
Kari has lovely nails.
But that's a very big trend this year.
Yeah.
We could do nail watch. I'm sure there's a few more we've forgotten. Did Iro have nail polish?
Surely, well. You can ask me, so. Oh yeah, Aftonbladet guy.
No, but I was saying my favorite press conference question, I think, was possibly when Anya Neeson qualified and Devin asked her about how she lays down her armour.
What? What
She
did
got
you
very-
ask?
It was kind of like, oh, how do you lay down your armour at the end of the day or something like that. It came across very like...
Very Devon. In the way that only Devon can.
So, any other questions? So, do we think Sweden after Spain is good or bad? I think they're both very different songs.
Yeah.
And the problem, I think, when a song comes after a really memorable song, it's when it's kind of a low-key song. And I wouldn't describe...
It's in Azerbaijan.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't describe either Sweden or Spain as low-key. I think both of them are dramatic enough and they're both very different from each other that neither cancels the other out. Whereas I think what other songs qualified, like there's probably a few songs that maybe got through last night. It's a blur already. But that would be damaged, but I think the two of them are very different and very strong that I don't think either is that impacted. So what's happening now, Jonathan?
So FYI, there was no change in Sweden's camera angles. I think they lift the roof of the ceiling thing too high, and it just sort of goes out of camera shot. So we're just not going to see that. Obviously, they need extra time to get all of Loreen's staging off stage. So we now have a little green room section with Hannah and Julia, where they tell you how to vote and things like that. What you need for a Eurovision party.
And what do they suggest we need for a Eurovision party?
Voting cards, the app.
Ibuprofen.
Stuff.
And they just told us that voting cards were to 2007
Yeah.
in the semi-final.
So we have Albania coming next. Is Porrick the same name as Patrick?
Yes, Porrick is the Irish for Patrick.
There you go. Not Porrick.
So it's not St. Patrick's Day.
No, Law Féile Porrick.
Oh, it's his pigeons now.
Liverpool has a lot of pigeons, if you
And
do come.
seagulls.
Yeah.
As
I'm not
feelings.
surprised that the emblem for the city is a bird. Like, now once you come here you can see, oh, that's why they have a bird as their symbol. Somebody has a question here about could it be that Croatia was good at the televote and got 25 spots from producers? I think it could be very easily that they did
The
perform
friggin'
well.
pigeons. Sorry.
I think it's very good possible that Croatia did well with the televote, but I don't think that would have influenced the producers to put 25th. Like, I don't know what.
They don't know the results when they do the voting.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know. I thought we did know.
Like, I think having Croatia, I think would nearly have been a perfect closer. Like, it's so mad.
Would you? Oh God.
Like, but I think just there at the end, it's nearly kind of like, yeah, I don't know what goes through the producers' minds. Like they never like the whole idea is that they're supposed to create as an entertaining show as possible.
Yeah.
So they're not supposed to show favoritism to any acts. But yeah, because they don't necessarily. I don't think they know the results. They're not supposed to. Like Destiny, the year she was there, she won her semi-final, and then they put her very early on in the job. So, the whole idea is to try and create an entertaining show.
So Albina is going for a no makeup, hair down situation in this dress rehearsal. She does have the full costume on, but they haven't gone full glam in the face.
Great minds. Oh my god, she looks really nice with that makeup. No, she looks nice with makeup as well, but...
This is another point. Somebody is saying that the ad breaks between them help. So
definitely.
Sweden and Spain do have the ad break. So yeah, that's also a good point. That breaks them up. So Emily wants to know, are they real flowers? No, they're not.
They're plastic.
But they obviously look very convincing. Well, they don't in real life. But on screen they do, but no, they're very clearly plastic when you look at them. It's not even in a fake plant pot.
We're fooling no one. This is real though. I like...
Is it real?
Yeah. I had to lift this and carry this all the way from out there over here, and it was an actual ton weight.
And there's a few real points here as well.
Had to do a bit of a dealia and like deadlift it up, but yeah, we got there, didn't drop it.
So that was a very important question, and now you have the answer. What do you think about Lithuania changes to get to top 10? I don't think Lithuania are getting top 10. She could be top 15. Like, I don't see her doing a whole lot better than the last time she was there in 2015. I think she came in 15th or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's a nice song, and I think it deserved to qualify, but...
Mr. Marco Magnoni.
Okay, so tell us what Italian sites are visited.
So, well, Ukraine first. We are going to the Kiev Velodrome. So cycling seems to be the theme here. And in the UK, we're going to Pump Track Wales.
That's random.
Yeah. And then in Italy, we are going to Circus Maximus in Rome.
Casey is getting it very...
He's on his motorcycle. He's riding around Rome
Oh my God.
on his motorbike. Leather, daddy realness.
Oh my... Have you met him? No? Oh, on the red carpet. Katie's having a moment. Is anybody else similarly excited for Marco Mangoni?
In leather, on a motorbike.
She's genuinely her voice has gone like a pitch higher. All them birds freaking you out face fuchsia. Okay. What is a face? Oh, is that the emojis don't work?
Yeah.
I thought somebody had typed it out.
Oh, okay.
Well, nobody has gotten pooped on by the birds yet, I don't think.
No, we came pretty close. One of them tried, like this giant seagull, tried to get in the window. It was the midway through our San Marino reaction, and this like giant seagull came through, and the window was open, and we thought it was going to go on. Have you not seen it?
I saw the reaction.
Yeah.
They could smell you like an animal, that's why.
Yeah, literally. Quite literally, we got smelled like an animal. I thought it was a nice omen, but then they just didn't fucking qualify. I was like, oh well. Yeah, seagulls are worse.
So apparently in Brighton there's more seagulls than pigeons. They're worse than Liverpool. But we're not in Brighton, so we're not that like
Oh my god.
terrified.
Mark, is Mark alright?
What happened to him?
I don't know, he just made his kind of signal. Is he
He
alright?
might need a little ear,
Oh shit.
like his earpiece might need a little tinkering with.
But it's good for him to have these issues now.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then that means they'll be sorted.
Is Porridge single asking for a friend?
Technically, who's the friend?
Ooh.
Why do we think Austria was put in the starting position? I think it's purely just because it's a good quality party song and it will get like people starting and it's accessible. Like they want people to stick with the show, and if they put something that's a little bit slow or something that's very hard to get into, people aren't going to stay true. So Austria is catchy, it's fun, and it kind of gets the party started.
That one's a good
So,
one.
do we think Azerbaijan will continue to send local original songs? Sorry. Do you think they will go back to sending Swedish songs? Personally, hoping for the former, even if it results in more non-qualifiers. They haven't sent a Swedish song for a while, have they?
Nadia's the Swedish.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sure it was. But I hope as well that they go for more local songs. I think, because I think in terms of if they want the artist to connect with the song, it makes sense. I think it showcases like local musicians and probably, like you say, it'll kind of, I'm using 4G for that, by the way.
Oh, sorry, that was
So I think maybe, kind of just that one year they get it right, they'll get it really right, and yeah, I think, it's what it should be about, kind of local musicians, and I also hope that they do.
It keeps it more interesting because there was a time there where nearly every other country was sending a Swedish song.
A Swedish import.
And there was nearly like an industry of Swedish writers that were just shopping the songs around, and then that kind of takes away a bit of the excitement when there's a certain sound. And I think by having the locals, you reduce the number of songs called Shine. You reduce the number of songs that are rhyming desire with fire. And it's better for the contest to have the local songs, and the whole reason for Eurovision is to showcase your local cultures.
Definitely.
And the countries that have done well have usually done it with a song that's very true to their own country.
And I think if you want an artist to connect as well, you want to connect to something that feels local to them.
And then if the artist is involved in the process too, it gives them that extra connection to the song, so it's going to be more emotional.
Now I've got Alika on stage for Estonia.
Gingerbread is sure that you're not a single boy. How does Gingerbread know?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a bit obvious just from your Instagram account, but
Was there... Somebody is saying UK vocals are always concerning.
Well, I mean, they were last year, which was a
Well, they said bar last year.
Oh, but I mean...
Well, Suri's vocals were okay.
Yeah.
Especially considering she sang after the Stage Invader.
Yeah.
Lucy Jones, Jade Ewan. I wouldn't say, I would say the UK's problem is more the song rather than the vocals.
The staging we've had an issue with, haven't we?
Well, Michael Rice and James Newman had issues maybe with vocals, but predominantly it's staging and song.
Yeah.
This year I think staging is fine. The song is fine, and I'm not even sure exactly if it's May's vocals or just the vocal mix. It just feels too low energy or something.
yeah, they needed to give her a lot more backing vocals just to help bump it up a bit more.
Yeah, I think being the host country will probably be at a bit of a disadvantage there. And I don't necessarily know if it's strong enough to cut through that disadvantage.
Yeah. Yeah, but the staging is definitely memorable.
Yeah, I love this.
Like, I'm sure if you haven't seen it already, it's on the YouTube channel for the official Eurovision. So then, will they announce the world vote? So we looked it up, and the world vote will be included in the public vote. So they'll reveal it after the show, but during the show it'll just be all amalgamated into one pool of points that they're going to award together. So there's not going to be a rest of world spokesperson. There's no jury points from the rest of world. So there's just the one set of televote points, and they'll be counted with all the rest. So they're not going to be separate. So we'll just have to log on to Eurovision.tv after the show and download, and then go and visit Blogs to get them as well. Do you think...
How is the food? Well, it ain't Italy, girl.
We found a street that like has lots of different cuisines. So I've tried Chinese, Indian, Lebanese and Mexican.
Oh, have you? Oh yeah, we had Mexican. Had Indian.
The Lebanese place is really nice.
I've had Italian a few times.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone has gone to a British outlet.
No one ever does.
Well, that's basically just McDonald's.
Yeah.
Jonathan can say that because he's from England, so
Weather's
it's
good.
not bashing. I saw a question here. Somebody is asking, do we think there's going to be any televote zeros? Or even juried zeros, I guess.
Do I? I don't know if I do.
Televote zeros, like...
Because I think the fact that the semis are now televote only, you know, like the songs like
The unpopular ones are gone.
Azerbaijans, the
Like, in
the Sheldons.
Hello, Simon.
I don't necessarily see.
I think we could have had some televote zeros in the shows earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Like, I would not be...
Carrier's on stage.
Ooh,
Go on, who do you reckon has a televote zero?
Ireland. Because see, I think how the televote zeros could have happened is the juries have to list all their songs in order. So even if you're a juror, your 10th favourite is going to get a point. But as a televote person, you'll only vote for 1 to 3, 4, 5 songs. You're not going to vote for a full 10 songs. So if Ireland is nobody's favourite, they're not going to get a high televote score. So even if a lot of people have them in their top 10, which a lot of people didn't, but even if they did, you need to be people's favourites in a televote only thing, because that's what happened. Like the year James Newman and Blas Canto and the others got 0 points, they weren't necessarily the worst songs, but it's just there weren't enough people's favourites. I'm just pulling up the list again just to remind myself who's in the show.
Carrier is giving energy. Jonathan, talk us through it.
Had a little trouble knocking his second piece of wood out from the crate, but otherwise it's all looking good. Slightly out of sync with the LED sort of shadow thing on the background as well, but very minor things. It's as killer as ever.
I actually think the only televote zero could be Switzerland again.
Oh, yeah, I could see that actually.
Because
Lithuania will get stuff from us.
yeah,
And Estonia will get stuff from Lithuania and Latvia.
yeah, and Switzerland is one of those countries that needs to have a strong song. It doesn't have the diaspora and it doesn't have the neighbours. So that would be one.
Carrier's looking good. How many artists have come to your list? I've seen, I want to say like about at least maybe 29. I think 29 artists have come. It's been amazing. We've really enjoyed it, and I think we're really proud of what we've managed to achieve with obviously having the limitations with the press access.
And we have to move closer.
Well, we'll get towards Walker. Yes, Katie, I feel what you feel when it comes to Marco. Marco the Gladiator. I love him. Oh, well, not Katie Van Gillen's. This is obviously how behind we are. Oh my god, these comments. Love this. Marco. Oh, should I put that on?
Which one?
That one. So
Someone get.
Serhat is here apparently,
Oh,
Okay.
amazing.
so we might need to shift our.
We'll shimmy over. Oh my god. I love if you know it.
That is a thing you'll notice with Katie, that she's very good at being like, yeah, and she's paying no heed to what's going on. She's off doing something else. And it's just kind of like, you need to kind of nearly test her and say something outlandish, and then you know if she's really listening.
I will admit that all focus was on Mark Mangoni's bicep, I'm not gonna lie, when he was holding the microphone. Katie is all of us. Thank you, Bogdan. Thank you.
So will we just shift?
Yeah.
So we're just moving. We'll
Yeah.
try not to lose the connection, but Serhat
We
has
may well have
arrived.
a bit of a lag.
Because Devin will interview Serhat, I think,
Yeah, let's
in this spot.
Yeah, if we lag, we should be back momentarily. Okay.
This yours?
Yeah, do you want to do the... Oh, I'm carrying the laptop then. All right, yeah, cheers. Right, here we go. The lighting is going to be terrible. So, we have people gathered for Serhat in our lounge. I see no Devon and I see no Serhat, but here we have Devon and Serhat. Shall I see if we can get them on the stream? Should we get Serhat on the live stream? Yeah. So, they seem quite... Hi! How are you? Good, thanks. We're just live streaming if you'd like to come and join.
You won the San Marino colours for saying that. That was the same and that colour.
Did on purpose? So, we are back. How is the lag?
Does the phone need to go in the window when we were doing live stream the other day?
Oh, does that work?
Yeah.
I didn't know Devon then when he went to San Marino colours.
What's it like in terms of speed? Can people...
I know we might have to...
Oh, I have a lot of questions. Well, you'd be very happy if you do.
You know what? So I've not screenshotted the live lounge yet, and you, two teeth pogs are, have earned yourself my first live stream screenshot. So congratulations. Everyone smile. I love that comment.
That's going to be like Katie's new Instagram bio.
How stupid is that comment? Imagine.
See, there's new comments coming in. See, I was worried for a moment. So, your comment, hi from Armenia, Onik, you've commented, so that means it's working.
Yeah, and we've got some Serhat comments as well. So.
Yeah. Because I was worried that we might have lost the connection.
So Czechia
Do you
are now
blame
on
her?
stage. They are also
Yeah.
going less makeup. And they also actually don't all have their long hair braids with them. They're just miming, pretending to hold them up.
No?
Interesting.
Just because it's a dress rehearsal. This one is more for like production team, so they know what's happening when, they can get the show right. It's not so much for the artists themselves.
And it's practice for the hosts too.
Yes.
That they're doing it for the first time. But I find it's always kind of tougher on the semi-final too. Like semi-final 1 acts have
Like a 2-day break.
they have time to rest and chill, whereas semi-final 2 are just like straight out of the semi-final last night. They don't even get to go to bed nearly, and then they're back the next morning doing the rehearsals.
Horig, I love your full beard, beautiful colour, but why didn't you give any points to Finland? Does it not catch the Eurovision musical spirit for you, I assume?
It's a musical. Because
That is what
one,
a
I
segue.
like how you remember what I voted for.
I like the segue, I think.
It's like, you're nice beard, but
Carry on.
well, see, this was based on, we submitted those votes before rehearsals started.
It's freezing in here. I'm gonna get my jacket.
Maybe close the window. So your jacket's over there. So we collected up these votes before rehearsals. So we didn't have any idea of what staging and everything was going to be like. So based on stage show, he's in my top 10. But at the time, I was just doing on what we had, which was the music video on UMK and the studio version, and it just wasn't a song. I think I might have had him 11th or something, but it wasn't a song that I wanted to give points. But yes.
So after Czechia, there's a very little thing about what's coming up on the show, that sort of thing, where they hover over the square sort of thing. But then we're straight into Australia.
So then we're scrolling through.
A little extra time to set their car up, I guess.
Then someone is saying that it's not a 50-50 televote, that there's a little bit more.
Yeah.
And that's true. So the televote, so there's one set of extra points in the televote compared to the jury vote this year because of the new Rest of World. Although, technically speaking, then San Marino's televote isn't really a televote, so does that even it out? It's hard to say because San Marino is an amalgamation of similar countries who vote similarly, and I'm not even sure who is in that pot of countries for San Marino. It's Vanessa's birthday. Congratulations, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I'm not reading out her second name because I'm not sure if it's something. So questions. Crank up the volume for Carria. We can't play any of the volume through the live stream. Jonathan is listening, so if we cranked it up, it'd just be very loud in his ears. You guys can't hear it because the rules of the EBU this year means that there's no live streaming from the press centre, hence why it's us three and not the team who are actually at the venue, and also there's no audio is allowed to be heard on the stream, so the you won't be able to hear Carria until tomorrow. If you want to hear him live, you just have to go back and watch his YouTube performance from Tuesday. So sadly,
we'll find a ticket to tonight's performance.
Yeah, whichever works. We would love to just turn the live stream on for you, but we can't do that, unfortunately. And even if you want to know what it's like, the stream is the same as what you see on TV, but then there's a big, massive text prohibited, and then slightly smaller to film the screen. So we can't give you anything. Maybe Katie could do a bit of karaoke. No. Will Armenia win? No. I'm sorry. Armenia, she might come top 10, but she's not even in the conversation, I think, for winning. There's certain songs, every year there's maybe 2-3 songs that people have, but I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but Armenia are not winning. She can do very well, but she's not winning.
I do love the song, but this song's been my biggest grower, and this song, in terms of when the one I kept coming back to on Spotify, it was this one. So
and the staging is nice. It can do well. I'm not saying that she can do top 10. I would say if she is top 10, she'll be position 6 to 10. I don't see her top 5.
But I don't think it's going to win, but I do think that, when we do the which Eurovision song are you still listening to? I think this is going to be the one that I'm still listening to. Yeah,
it's got the bit of longevity to it.
Yeah.
What's this?
The other day also happened with the wood. I don't know.
Is this the fake flower conversation?
I don't know. Well,
is this to do with the birds?
Because I'm tracking it As in, because I'm sure Marco Mangoni's bicep happened after the flowers, so it can't be.
It's a Marco's word.
I don't know.
I
love that they've used for Gustav's postcard, it's the Angel of the North, that's my hometown. So that's quite sweet.
So then
Albania is the biggest grower for Alan, which I can say as well. I love how it's staged.
Yeah.
Eurovlogs thinks UK last place is likely.
I mean,
I am worried.
Are
I
you?
will say that. Yeah.
yeah.
See, the UK have sent a lot worse songs. Like, it's not deserving of last place. Like, I actually thought that Germany might be the automatic qualifier. Before I'd seen the UK performance, I thought Germany could be the worst of the big five.
Oh my god, they're so like captivating. Like they were in the LUSH Lounge, and I genuinely could not just like stop staring.
You are very busy.
Talk about Slovenia, please. So I obviously like with the semi-final yesterday being Battle of the Bands. I'd say, do you blame her? No. And kind of Slovenia for me, I was kind of like, will it stand out among the bands? But I think what they did really well, which was really lovely, like they had so much energy on stage and they were kind of like egging each other on stage, which I really liked. Kind of whenever the camera wasn't on, they were kind of going to each other, high-fiving each other, they were like really hyping each other up. And I think the fact that kind of Boyan was obviously singing live and the rest of them weren't necessarily, like they did a really good job at kind of supporting Boyan. And you know, again, those moments where Boyan kind of had a moment off camera, you'd see them going like, yeah, go on, you've got it. And you know, if someone else wasn't on camera, they were like hyping the crowd up. And I think that was something they did really well.
And they were doing that in the rehearsals too. Like they were really getting the crowd going. And because some acts are very like focused, that they come out on stage and they stand in their spot and they just want to do everything right. Whereas Slovenia are there kind of to enjoy themselves as much as anything and to make sure that everybody watching is enjoying themselves. Oh, we read him.
We did.
There he is again. What? Okay.
Oh, we've got the Serhat being a leather. The Serhat is over there. We're not going to start talking about being a leather daddy when he's literally like about 6 foot from you. Oh.
So gingerbread seems to have a taste for a lot of different. Because gingerbread was excited about Marco, now he's excited for you.
Oh. The voices that you are hearing in the background is the voices of Devon Adrami, WeVlogs.com, and Serhat of Say Na Na Na.
Yeah, and we've had to move because Deben will interview Serhat in front of the pink flowers. That's the interview spot. It's been there all week, and there's a bit of a crowd outside now. So if you are in Liverpool, get off your laptop and stop watching us and come down to the live lounge and you can get a picture with a picture with Serhat.
We're going to maybe try and lasso Serhat onto our live stream for a bit to say hello.
Yeah, before he goes outside.
We'll try and lasso Devon as well. Honestly, Devon at Euroclub like got mobbed. Like I couldn't believe it. Like every few minutes, like people were like, "Oh my god, Devon!" And like you'd hear like, "Let's do this." And honestly, like it was like he was a celebrity. It was crazy.
And then you were telling us though that despite all that, Devon only had eyes for Jedward and no one else.
Yeah, honestly, it was genuine. I've never known someone be so starstruck in my life. And Devon, I was telling some of you guys that were on earlier, Devon had like, so he was kind of getting Jedward's back catalogue and writing it on like his phone screen and holding it up like that. Devon, so like they would play it, Devon made us camp out for an hour to get to the front row, and then they did a cover of the Backstreet Boys and like went into the crowd, like Devon was chasing the crowd like that. But Devon does not get starstruck. Like Devon could see Marco Mangoni, Achille Lauro and be like, Achille who? But give Devon Jedward and they're a big deal.
And what's happening now, Jonathan?
So after Belgium, there's an ad break. And in this ad break, we have a little section where the camera goes up to Graham in his commentary box because he's doing like the dual role of commentating and hosting. And it's like it's supposed to look like he's not doing any work and he's just watching DVDs of Katrina and Love Shine a Light and eating popcorn.
And has Graham done much for hosting so far?
No, he walked on at the beginning with the other three, but that's the only time we've seen him on stage.
Okay.
Corey, can let 3 win?
Do you want me to answer in the style of I did with Armenia?
Please.
No. They could do. I wouldn't be surprised for them to do very well in the televote like Moldova last year. But
yeah.
I think Karya has the televote locked in, and the juries are not going to let 3 their points. The juries don't work that way. They could be a shock top 10 song. Like it's one of those songs they could do well and come top 10, or they could equally flop.
Prediction for Israel?
Israel's definitely top 10, I would say.
Yeah, I would as
because
well,
the song has the appeal for the public, but she also has a very strong vocal. I think what could
Karya problem with the wood.
with pushing it out. Yeah, because sometimes those props don't work always. Because Rosalind had it last year that she was pulling down the paper and it didn't come. And then last night, Riley wasn't able to clean the screen.
Yes.
So
Turan, I mean, it's not a problem, but Turan's guitar issue as well.
after the ad break, they do a little here's what's coming up, and then Hannah is sat in the green room with a Polish milkmaid behind her.
And is it an actual Polish milkmaid?
Well, I assume it will be, but at this time and state, it's just a stand-in. She was churning away at something.
Talking about wood and then about growers, suspicious.
This gingerbread.
I know.
He's the troublemaker.
He is, isn't he? Oh, for goodness sake.
And it's gingerbread again. Well, his song grows on people, and he's putting on a nice show.
Exactly.
There's nothing like people don't need to be like dragging this live stream into the gutter. This is like, And to be honest, Marco's pants is not the highlight of his show. It's his outfit, his tank top.
Tank top.
That's more noticeable. So gingerbread.
But Nathan Tucker is.
They have to be separated.
That's not. No, it's a normal name. I just checked.
It rhymes with it. We've been burned before. Well, Nathan, what do you think of Katie's nails? And what do you think of Jonathan's hair? You need to give a view on everybody on the stream. Equal opportunities. This one, Belgium.
Yeah.
See, Belgium, I think, is a lot of people really like it, and because the national finals, people were so upset that their favourites, the Starlings, or was it Shireen? Shireen didn't win, that they kind of nearly dismissed Gustav completely, and now kind of things have calmed down, and they've been like, actually, it's a fun song.
Yeah.
Got retro vibes, and it's got a lot of positive messaging in terms of the LGBT community and even just body positivity and all that kind of stuff. And that could be a shock one to do quite well. A lot of people are saying it could be on the left hand side.
Jonathan, talk us through Armenia's rehearsal.
Very similar to what we've already seen in the semi-final. So we are now up to the rap section, doing the sort of different lights and the shadows.
Shower?
The shower. There's no water on stage.
That's a big change.
There's no new effects. Bearing. Yeah, Armenia is one of my biggest growers by far. I think the staging really elevates the song and gives it more atmosphere than the studio cut does. I could see this doing pretty well with the juries, like getting quite a lot of high marks from them.
Yeah, Boyan is 100% charisma, definitely. Woohoo! We've got some San Marino love. San Marino surprised me so much. I loved it. Have been listening to it on repeat since last evening. Love from Denmark.
You're joking.
Sadly, they're gone. So somebody is saying this one.
Yeah.
So they're saying, is Slovenia 2023 basically a more polished version of Slovenia 2022? Slovenia... What was Slovenia last year?
LPS.
Okay, there's no comparison. I'm sorry. That's... No. Obviously they're a band, but like it's... They were more kind of trying to have the 1950s kind of...
It's like disco...
Disco prom feel. And Joker Out are much more charismatic, and they're rockier. I wouldn't say, like, I don't think Slovenian broadcasters decided, oh, let's take LPS and polish them into Joker Out. I don't think that's how it worked.
Pasha's getting ready. Love Pasha.
But do you love him as much as Marco?
I don't think I could ever love anyone as much as Marco.
What about Achille Lauro?
Well, oh God, I don't know how.
Diodato.
Oh, I can't choose between them. Don't make me make that decision. I think maybe. Oh, Katie would be my younger sister. No. I think I would. You know what? If I had to choose, I think I would choose Diodato.
Diodato.
I think
So
I would.
all this gushing on the live stream for a man that you're just dumped for Diodato, like Katie.
Well, I wouldn't just dump. It would be, you know, would have a sit down conversation.
I would choose Marco.
Would you?
Oh, so Marco then doesn't have long to like. Katie will break his heart, and then Jonathan will be like, Marco. And then I think Achille would be fine. He doesn't strike me that he would get too hung up on it.
Yeah.
So somebody's saying, are streams from Press Centre not allowed at all now, or are you prefer? Yeah, no streams from the Press Centre because of the new rules.
Yeah.
So that's why we're here, because obviously it would make more sense to do it from the Press Centre, because there's big screens, everything like that, but it's all banned.
Yes. You can't block. Hello. Would you like to come say hi to the live stream?
has arrived. I'll be the blogger from the north.
So we have an Icelandic person.
Hi.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
I don't need an introduction, that is
No, but to these people.
Yeah, I'm Christine, the Icelandic wheel vlogger.
And
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. Yeah, good.
Good to see you.
Did you just arrive?
Yeah.
she arrived. She was like, Icelander out. We need Icelandic representation. She hopped on the first plane and landed in Liverpool.
You know what? I'm really sad. I think Delia was robbed. I really do. It seems to have been slept on. It's one of my favourite songs. Like that is the one of like that is high on my Spotify playlist. You know.
So you win some, you lose some. So
You don't sound too bothered.
she did good. We're all really proud of her. But you know, this was a touch and go, according to like the fan media and the betting odds. So it was. We weren't surprised, but of course it would have been nice. It would have been nice, but
But how was she? Is she?
I think she's fine. I haven't met her yet, but
Yeah.
I think she's fine.
Yeah.
Just, of course, a little bummed out.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
But onwards and upwards.
Exactly.
So they want to know, Jonathan, are you still disappointed with Austria's performance?
I think it works a lot better with a live audience, and the fact that they are singing along really helps pump it up. I do still think there could have been more creative ideas in terms of the actual staging. There's no wow moments in the on that. I guess the 0.003 thing is quite a nice moment. But yeah, I think from the dress rehearsal to the actual live show, it's improved just because of the atmosphere that a live crowd can give them. So yeah, I still see them like potential as a winner for the months of final.
Yeah, I'm sure Stephen said he was strong in the road. And like they've kind of extended it until the end of Eurovision.
Why would they stop it?
So, what questions are?
So after Moldova, we go back to the green room where Alicia is talking about how to vote again, but she's doing it very casually with a cup of coffee in her hands. But we are now on to Ukraine. A little bit of extra time.
So will there be 2 Ukrainian sites then in the postcard?
See, we've got Street Art in Kyiv is the first one, and then Street Art in Belfast is the UK one, and then we are going.
That's it.
Back to Ukraine. Art Zavod Platforma.
That's a bit controversial using Belfast, because a lot of people in Belfast would consider technically that should be in Ireland's postcard, but I'm not.
I wonder if they've used a particular area of Belfast.
It was a sunflower on the side of the wall.
You know what?
So
Have you talked about this?
Torchy in their
could see
postcard
this.
are painting some new street art. So they've painted a heart.
I don't think Moldova could be a surprise top 10 because I think most people didn't think it was qualified.
I could see it being a surprise for Tim.
I thought that before rehearsals, but not as much.
Yeah,
It's a bit too similar maybe to Kalush.
I'm also really glad it made it through, and I think Andrew Lambert is great, and he's lovely, and gave a really good show, and it's very charismatic, and I like staging, I like how it moves through the elements, and I think it's really strong, and I'm glad Cyprus made it.
And it helps her sleep.
Huh?
It helps you sleep.
Have I told you, were you here for the Cypriot Lavender story? Let me know if you weren't, and I will retell it because it's very lovely. Katie's nails.
Where's Devon?
Devon is about 6 foot away from us.
He's refusing to come on live stream.
Love this. Don't blame you. Don't blame you.
Devon is interviewing. Yeah, Devon will be interviewing Serhat shortly. Thank you for that. Who's the biggest?
Oh.
In the negative sense, no, we're not going to.
I was waiting for you to get to the end of that. I just heard Serhat's voice. Yeah, you would hear Serhat's voice in the background. He's about
just there.
6 foot away from us having a kiki with Devon. Parag is very hot. Yes, haha.
Haha. Okay, it's very random now. Sing Little Birdie, which is a UK song from the 1950s maybe, is playing in, we can hear it, it's playing in the next lounge in LUSH Lounge. You can take away that comment.
You don't want to screenshot it?
I'm okay.
Right, Serhat is
So,
about to walk.
if you see a man behind
ready?
us,
Orange cap,
that's
ready,
not Serhat,
works. That's
Devon and Serhat. See the orange hat? So if you're in Liverpool, keep an eye out for an orange hat, low battery. I'll see if I can plug it in.
I've got my charger. Do you want us to do it?
Yeah, if you know where it is.
I do. Oh yes, Italy 2020 would have won it easy. Diodato was spectacular. I agree. Diodato.
A lot of people think that, but also Daddy Frere, people seem to think that he would have been the winner in 2022. Is it that blue bike?
Performance from Ukraine.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I can plug it.
And up next is Norway.
Yeah, I think Didac would have won in 2020. I think it would have been his year. Do you think he'll come back to Sanremo? Didac will?
Why not? Marco
Probably.
came.
Yeah, I think he
And
would.
Mahmoud came back.
And I suppose as well, he's like, because he obviously came to Madrid, so he enjoys the community and he enjoys being involved. And
But I think Sanremo is one of those festivals that it's not designed for Eurovision. Like in Italy, it's
Yeah.
bigger than Eurovision.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of returning acts and a lot of very big acts come
Yeah.
every year. So I wouldn't be surprised to see
because
Didac
Francesco
back.
Gabbani came back as well, didn't he?
Yeah, Francesca Michelin came back. Like I think a lot of them, Emma Morone came back.
Morone.
Nina Zilli, she came back, I feel.
A couple of times.
Yeah.
Måneskin won't. I don't
Il
think.
Volo came back.
Il Volo came back.
So I think nearly all the recent winners
Yeah.
have come back at some stage. Måneskin now are probably like at another level because they have the international success.
And I feel like their direction is moving away from that anyway. Like they're moving away from like Italian. And
Yeah, they have a lot of English language music
Yeah.
now, and Sanremo
do you reckon
obviously is all
Achille Lauro
Italian.
will come back?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I love the way Katie said this, like it's so innocently. Like it's kind of like, do you think Santa Claus is going to come if I'm good? If I'm well behaved, will Achille Lauro come? If I'm nice?
Do you reckon
Yeah.
Peak Jacks will do it? What was that snigger?
No, I think Peak Jacks have.
Hey, they've got gigs lined up in Milwaukee.
I think Eurovision is a career highlight for many acts, and I think it'll be a highlight for Peak Jacks.
No, it's a springboard. Don't be mean. It's a springboard.
See, Katie has like Katie met Peak Jacks early on in the season, and she's bonded with them. I'm saying that like in a friendship. Katie's unquenchable thirst for Italian men. Well, that's true, and technically Peak Jacks are also Italian, so they're not San Marinese.
I've actually got red. Take that off. No, Peak Jacks are really lovely. Yeah, I genuinely don't understand how Iceland seemed to slip under the radar. Like, I really like the song.
I feel like the staging was a bit lackluster in terms of what was going on. It felt very empty. She was just running around the stage, sort of thing. So, yeah.
I think you make a good point where it's like some songs are a Spotify song where you listen to absolutely loads on Spotify, but then some songs are Eurovision songs, and or some songs are like performance songs where you're definitely right in that like Iceland is going to be really high on my on repeat on Spotify, but it wouldn't necessarily stand out in a semi-final. Oh, Bogdan says hello to Chris, and we'll pass that on.
So what's happening in the rehearsals at the moment, Jonathan?
Norway has just finished. Another solid performance from Alessandra. And then we are moving on to Germany.
Ooh,
So
looking
we
quite
get to have a
casual.
look- Yeah, get to have a look at their postcard. So in Ukraine, we are going to Rosasinka. I missed the second bit of that, but it's a river essentially. Another little canal in the UK at Bridgewater, Worsley.
Where on earth are they going to go in Germany?
They are going to. Care what you.
Oh, they're from Hamburg, aren't they? So
Yeah, a
that
canal in
makes sense.
Hamburg that I can't pronounce the name of.
Imagine like if you're Lazaretta, we're going to a big castle, and then to Germany you're going to a canal.
Yeah, it's some of them are quite random. Like they have
Yeah.
some very famous spots, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden they're
They have a Titanic moment on their little barge that they're sailing down the canal on.
But what do you guys think of the postcards in general? Like I would say they're much nicer than last year's.
Well, that
Well,
wasn't
the bar was on the floor. so-
And
the bar was on the floor.
they're probably the nicest since Tel Aviv, because Rotterdam.
Yeah.
Well, Rotterdam they couldn't do much because everybody was locked in.
So they are going very casual for their performance.
It's quite funny actually how.
But they're not
Whoa.
wearing their costumes.
He's got main singer has got pants on with a cat in the crotch area.
Leopard print leggings. Wow. This is a bit surreal seeing it casual.
But they did the same, I think, for their first dress rehearsal too.
Wow.
They don't like putting on their costumes.
So the story is, so I'm like doing shift work and it's really like causing me
Which
trouble.
story?
The Cyprus story.
I thought it was the Pig Jack story.
There isn't a Pig Jack story. It's a Cyprus.
Oh, there's no Pig Jack
There's no
story.
Pig Jack story. What do you mean?
The limoncello.
Basically, I had one too many in Madrid. This is a completely different story. But I tried to order a drink in Spanish in Madrid, but ordered limoncello instead of lemonade because I got the words wrong and had one too many and needed a bit of help getting home. But was all absolutely fine. No one missed any flights. We all survived. Bernardo Tavares Pereira, our Portuguese correspondent, was on hand.
And that was the bonding moment, I think, when you're saying bonding moment. That they looked out and now they're kind of like, are you okay, Katie? Now they probably think that she needs constant supervision.
Yeah, they're probably all, for God's sake.
But I think another story then is just Cyprus giving you lavender.
Yeah, so this was this story. So I'm working a shift pattern at the moment and like it's proper like damaging my sleep, and I've been a bit ill because I've had like sleeping issues, and I wasn't feeling very well when Cyprus was in the LUSH Lounge, and they've given me, and I appreciate it so much, they've given me like a pocket of Cypriot lavender, and it's like worked absolute wonders with helping me sleep, and it's just a really lovely gesture, and I appreciate it a lot. So that is, yeah, the story. Why am I hearing this?
What have you seen the interval acts in the final? The interval acts aren't there yet, so we're at Germany, so there's still quite some time to go until we'll see the interval acts. But Jonathan will tell us all. He'll tell us all about Sonia and the rest of them.
Who would you go out and have drinks with? I've already answered it, so...
From this year's crowd, I think the Maltese guys.
Yes.
They're like, I met them in Liverpool and they were at the Wee Wee Jam.
Yeah.
And they seemed like really down to earth, nice guys.
Yeah.
Because see, the problem with some of the stars are they're such big stars that they'd be they mightn't be like that great to go out for. This is to go out and have drinks with. To have drinks, definitely. I would say Malta.
I feel like May would be.
Yeah.
May, she'd be good as well.
Malta with a life and sort of party in London as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd be my picks.
Yeah. Yes.
Moving on to Lithuania.
We will have Jonathan talk us through the...
Does she have a new dress? That's the question. She's changed it so many times. Pretty please talk about interval acts. Well, we will when we get the time.
Yes. Soon. If it's not up, soon. Yeah, San Maremo. San Remo is, yeah.
Like, I was thinking it would have been, we missed out on a pun that we could have had a final San Remo, as in the French for without a sans.
San Remo.
San Remo.
Oh yeah, I like
but that didn't happen.
Yeah, so the way I describe it is like, you know, Drag Race UK, how everyone watches Drag Race UK and the prize is that you make a documentary in LA but nobody watches the documentary. That's kind of how I describe it. It was like San Remo, like to Italians, correct me if I'm wrong, but San Remo is like the Drag Race and Eurovision is like the documentary that the winner makes and nobody watches. That is, if there's any Italians on the stream and I'm totally wrong, please correct me, but... So my thoughts on Germany, I think again, like this is a one where in terms of Spotify playlist it's not very high, but in terms of how they stage it in the performance I really enjoy, and I was really impressed by the staging when I first saw it. This is the one that goes for the red as well, but it actually really stands out when it works. I think the singers themselves are really captivating and they can draw you in those 3 minutes, which is really important. Oh no, honestly, can promise you that all of Peak Jacks are really lovely, and I don't know if we still do Miss Congeniality, but they're...
I think it's just the problem is the song, that the lyrics are a bit unfortunate, and the message, like, they're trying to convey, like, the English isn't their first language, or they're writing the song, and I'm guessing maybe if it was sung originally in Italian, slightly different phrasing would have been used. To give it less of that kind of creepy vibes.
I think it's trying to be playful. I think there's a playfulness to it. Like, to me, there's someone with worse lyrics, and
Eru?
No, and those are native English speakers.
Ireland's?
Yeah,
Ireland's are very basic. I think it's the main thing that's unfortunate about San Marino is that the whole "I can smell you like an animal" thing, it kind of gives off the wrong vibes. I
think there's a playfulness, but the playfulness needs to come across, and because like in their music video, I think they played on the playfulness of it, didn't they?
I didn't see the music.
But then maybe in terms of how they staged it.
Yeah, because their stage then was very red again.
Yeah.
So like the red then, because obviously in San Marino it wasn't great staging, but it was more colours.
Yeah.
So maybe if they had incorporated the colours into the Eurovision staging, it might have been less creepy.
I agree. Skincare routine, it's all LUSH products. They've given me some, I think it's called like super milk, like moisturizer, but thank you. Coming up next is Israel. Jonathan, talk us through what you're about to see.
So we've got Noah Corell's postcard up, looking stunning, throwing us some poses there in Israel. I mean, there is a little they needed to change in this from the semi-final anyway, so I doubt we will see many changes. I'm sure she's gonna bring it.
Rossi says, "Oh my God, Sippy lavender! It is the best. It is the best."
I didn't know Cyprus was famous for lavender.
No, I didn't know either, but it's really lovely. Do you think Slovenia won last semi-final?
No.
I'm worried that Slovenia may be right-hand side of the scoreboard. I feel like it's the sort of song that when you fall in love with the artist, like you really get behind, but on first listen for most everyday people, it's maybe not as captivating. Because it did, when I first heard it, and I'm not sure what scenario I was in, it did pass me by slightly. And it was only then when I watched the live performance and saw their charisma and everything, like their EMA sort of style thing, and then I just sort of repeatedly watched that and got more and more into it. So yeah, I do feel like Slovenia could end up on the right side of the scoreboard.
I think I agree with you there. Yeah. Wait, can we do this one? This one's a funny one. Best wee vlogger to have drinks with?
Devon.
I would say Devon. I say you'd never quite know what you're in for when you have a Devon night out, do you?
Conversations with Devon can go the most unexpected routes. You start talking about one thing and then you end up somewhere else, completely different. He has so many stories. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing is, I don't think Devon drinks, does he?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. But an evening with Devon.
You kind of just never know where you're going to end up, do you?
It'll never be dull.
Yeah. You can like meet Devon for a few drinks and end up in a taxi in Tel Aviv with some sort of project at 5 a.m. Not speaking from personal experience, but...
Or fangirling over Jedward.
Honestly, if you missed it, Devon... I've never seen Devon starstruck in all of like the 10 years that I've known him until last night with Jedward, of all people. It was so funny. Like, I ended up not really watching Jedward, but just watching Devon watch Jedward because it was more entertaining. Do I rate... Oh, Noah's in a dance break. Jonathan, talk us through.
Do you rate me? We'll let them do you.
Noah, dance break. Talk us through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, giving it everything. She, unlike some acts that have sort of dimmed things down for this dress rehearsal, Noah is just giving us another grand final performance like you'd expect from the professional pro that she is. No notes to be had, really.
So what song are we on now? We're in Slovenia.
Slovenia.
And in the running order, they're number
24.
Okay, so there's not many songs left. So because a lot of people are asking about interval acts because it's obviously the new information. So just three more songs, and then we'll be able to get first glimpse of the interval acts. And the interval acts, we're going to have Kalush, we're going to have Sam Ryder, we're going to have the medley of Liverpool songs. Is there more? No. There's possibly more.
Well, there's been all this talk about a secret interval act.
Oh, and we haven't seen the Ruslana clip yet, have we?
No.
And there's some... Ruslana is being featured in some way. They want to know, what is Graham Norton wearing, Jonathan?
It's just a casual jacket and trousers. Like, all the hosts are in their casual outfits.
So we won't see... They wear them for the jury show, I think, do they?
Yeah.
So we'll have a better idea then. Okay, Alan has compliment. He says you're very handsome, Jonathan, and you have a very cute smile.
Thank you.
Why do we think there's a trend of red and black?
I actually don't know.
Is it the Sasha Jean-Baptiste effect? She uses those colours a lot.
she does,
so
she does.
are people kind of like just hopping on the bandwagon that generally her staging does well? I don't know how many she's doing this year. She's doing Albania and Switzerland and Sweden. Is she doing Sweden? I think so.
I think she's involved in some way. Yeah.
Because she's the creative director for all of Melfest. So
I feel like there's about 20 people involved in this song staging.
The girl is very beautiful.
Thank you.
The girl is called Katie.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Wasn't there a serial killer that got nominated? That's... I don't know what to make of that comment. The Vanessa, do you watch too many serial killer shows? Listen to too many podcasts? None of the acts this year.
I think they're on about
San Marino.
San Marino.
Because she was the one saying that he was crazy psycho.
Oh.
But if
Oh
you
god.
want...
Ryan just licked the camera.
Yeah. But his hair is holding up much better than it did in the semi-final performance. Like it's
Oh,
not,
it
So
is.
he's more
the fringe
hairspray.
isn't flopping.
Oh. We've got our first innuendo name.
Susanna's not here to read it out. And you're going to have to try harder. It's very obvious. Are there... So, Jonathan, talk us through what you were seeing now. Sounds like... Jonathan, please give us your 12 points.
Yeah.
Do you think that could become a thing? If this is every year? Just like, Jonathan, talk us through what you're seeing. So, we were asking what would Mons Emerlo's catchphrase be.
Yeah.
So today our catchphrase is Jonathan. Talk us through.
Ooh.
We're on to Croatia
Croatia
now.
next. Oh God, that's gone by quick, hasn't it?
Time flies when you're having fun.
What, my phone's got a low battery? Surely not. Has anyone else got
I've got a charger.
Oh, amazing. Has anyone else got unlimited data?
I have 20 gigs, but I'm not sure what my
Okay.
20 gigs what in the UK.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. Iru, I'm so happy, even though you didn't go through, you got a voice at Wee Wee Blogs. Exactly. And Iru is always welcome in our LUSH Lounge and on Wee Wee Blogs, which wants to come and have a chat. Oh, thank you.
That Katie's beautiful and everyone ignored me. Oh, so you kind of set the trend. Now, is it that you think Katie's beautiful or that Iru is beautiful? Or is it both?
Well, my guess would be, since we are
Twins.
twinning, we are twinning. Oh, Croatia's looking good. Okay. Cool answer about Devon and Jedward. I thought you might say Sinan would be a fun person. Sinan is fun to drink with as well. I'm watching in between. Yeah, Sinan's good fun. If you want to do some dancing, Sinan's good to like have a dance with, isn't he?
But see, Sinan is very, 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 very hardworking. So the chances
yeah,
are that
yeah.
he'd want to be editing a video or something.
Yes, yeah.
So he would be, but we'd need to, not in Eurovision week. He's very busy. So
yeah.
in Eurovision week, Devon is the man.
Yes.
For sure.
Devon, would you say Devon work hard, play hard?
He definitely plays hard.
Yeah. I was waiting for that. Yeah, you never quite know what you're going to get with a night out with Devon, do you?
No.
Which is always what fun. Yeah, agreed. What happened to Georgia is not okay. I agree. Is it cool to be in the UK this year? Like, I mean,
It was
I
nice.
would rather be on a balcony in Italy having an Aperol Spritz and bowl of pasta than, you know, be outside Greg's and B&M bargains. Do you know what I mean? But like within that, it is surreal.
But it's one thing that's nice about the UK for me. I came from Ireland. The flight was less than an hour.
Yeah.
Like, it's very easy to get to. And Liverpool has really embraced the contest.
Yeah.
Like, so much more than Turin. And Liverpool is a nice city for the contest as well. Like, I hope it's in more Liverpool-sized cities.
Yes,
Because
me too.
everything is walkable.
Me too.
That you can be in the LUSH Lounge, you can walk to the press centre, you can walk to the arena, you can walk to Eurovision Village, you can walk to Euroclub, you can walk wherever there's an event, you can walk.
You can walk to Fusion, you can walk to Camp and Furnace.
Whereas other years, Eurovision Village could be the opposite end of the city and you'd have to be half an hour in a taxi to get there. So like, this makes it very easy. So
and then in Turin, no one understood how to order taxis because Uber didn't work.
And
they had this like just local number to call. I mean, this is our fault for like not speaking Italian, but
and in Turin, a lot of the people didn't realise Eurovision was happening. Like, people.
Okay, so the UK is now
So there
on.
was just
so for
one.
their postcard, we go to Dnipro River in Ukraine. In the UK, the River Mersey in Liverpool, and then the main bit that May is doing,
The Thames.
is at the Thames.
okay.
You're just impressed by the choice of rivers, Katie.
No.
What? You'd have rather the River Tyne.
Looks like she's filming a TikTok by the River Thames. Or at least some form of video.
And she's
essentially.
got the London Eye as well behind her, and Big Ben was there.
Oh, the yellow umbrella.
Well, it's not Big Ben, it's the Tower Bridge.
Yeah, so maybe it's like our fault. Oh, so May's not on straight away. Maybe it's like it is our fault for not speaking Italian, but in Torino to like order taxis, there was just this random number that you kind of had to call to order the taxi, but obviously like we couldn't speak the Italian to order it. So like you kind of just had to stand on a street corner and look confused and like say prego lots of times until
Say prego all the time.
until like someone took pity on you and like ordered you a taxi and got you where you needed to be. But yeah, the booking.com man was very helpful, I remember.
Okay.
I would kind of lasso him and like get him to like order more taxis and stuff.
So this person is asking, how is Graham doing the hosting and being a commentator? We can't hear his commentary because, well, we can't hear anything, me and Katie, but Jonathan can't hear because he's just getting the clean stream from the EBU, which is just the show itself. So the BBC aren't including Graham's commentary because every country will provide their own commentary. So we don't know how he's doing with that. And then Jonathan was saying he was just on very briefly at the start and he had a cameo.
Yeah, so he just comes in, opens the show with the other three of them, and then there's a little cameo in one of the ad breaks where they go up to the commentary booth, and he'll probably be back for like the voting at the end or something. So he's just doing like little bits.
I think it's been confirmed that himself and Hannah are doing the votes. So it's kind of like he gets the most important role, he just swans in.
Girl, aren't you Iru? Yes, I am Iru. Surprise. Yeah. Maybe. Iru, I got a question. Did you? No, I expected that I would qualify. I think my vocals are really great. I think my song is.
What about your diction?
You know what? I think because I'm a non-native English speaker, and I think other non-native English speakers wouldn't necessarily mind. And
your staging?
I liked my staging, and I think I should have qualified. Why am I hearing Katrina on the waves? Yes, correct. Oh, this is fun. Should we do this?
Finland, Cyprus, Italy.
Oh.
Katie, we know Katie's answer.
Oh no, but that means killing Karia.
I'm not saying on live stream that I'm killing anyone. Then it'd be just ripped out and like used without context.
No, well now you've just.
No, you could be changed kill to avoid.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So kiss, marry, avoid.
Marry. Well. Marry Marco. Kiss Andrew. Kill. No.
We said avoid.
Oh, but I don't want to avoid Karia. No.
You've given Katie quite a dilemma.
I want to avoid Karia. But then, I suppose maybe Karia would like want to avoid me. I don't know.
And Marco and Andrew don't want to avoid you.
Go on, your turn.
My turn. They need to give us a fresh selection.
Okay.
You can give us a fresh
Okay.
selection.
Okay. Do you think Portugal can break the curse? What curse?
Second place curse to win. No one has ever won from second place.
Oh, right.
No. I'm sorry. She can break the curse in that she can do quite well.
Yeah.
She could. I wouldn't be absolutely shocked to see her in the top 10. But I wouldn't say she's in contention for a win. That would be a massive shock.
Oh my god, people really believe she is Iru. Yeah, Iru has this accent.
And Iru is so chirpy the night after being eliminated from Eurovision. And Iru she got eliminated from Eurovision and went to Euroclub with Devin to watch Jedward.
Jedward in the front row.
Yeah, this is Iru for you.
Oh, so Vanessa would marry Karia, kiss Marco and avoid Andrew.
Thank you.
But then,
You're taking this very seriously.
if I've got the lifetime supply of Cypriot lavender, is it not better to marry Andrew, kiss Marco, and avoid Karia?
Oh,
Then-
Graham's back.
Oh,
And
So-
how was May?
She same as before.
I mean that one's pretty fair, I suppose, as well.
So after May's finished and we've had the last performance, Graham comes back with all the other hosts. Apparently they're missing an auto cue, so they're just ad-libbing and having a chat.
Well, at least that's a skill, isn't it? That the
they're-
Torino host didn't have.
They're now singing and dancing along to I Wrote a Song.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
Hannah's singing Unicorn now.
Ooh.
She'll have to sing, for fairness, she'll have to sing all 26.
A bonny lass. Oh.
Will we... What place do you think Ukraine will end up with their staging and the contrast to other acts?
I love the staging. The staging has really been elevated since Vidbir. I really like. Oh God, the camera's got a bit. I really like the song. Like they've got a strong song to start off with. I think them themselves, they're really charismatic. I think, kind of, you know, the way that they move is. I think.
Yeah, they're just very cool.
Yeah. And then.
Oh.
And Porrig has just kneed the table.
These tables at Lush, they have a big plank of wood. Back to Ukraine.
And obviously I love the branding, I love the hearts, I love the colours. So I think there's kind of no reason at all for it not to do really, really well, other than the winners tend to be at a disadvantage. I think that is maybe the only thing they've got going against them. I would like to see it in, I feel like I've given everyone the top 5, but I would like to see it kind of maybe like 5, 6 places, I think would be a good place for it.
I don't think it has the same power as last year's song.
Yeah.
And I think Ukraine isn't as much to the forefront on the news, so I think people aren't thinking about Ukraine as much as they were last year. So I don't think they'll have the extra swell of support that Kalush had to push them over the line. But I think they'll still, like, Ukraine rarely are outside of the top 10.
Yeah.
Like, I think the only times recently that I can think of is Milovin and the band from 2017. I forget their name. They're the only ones that I can remember outside, and even Milovin was in the top 10 in the televote. It was juries dragged him down. So I think there's every chance that Ukraine will be in the top 10 again, but there's not the same vibe. Like last year, everybody was kind of like, the question on everybody's lips was, can Ukraine be beaten? But this year that question's not been asked, so I don't think it's they're going to win.
I think for me, I'm in the camp of the song is really good anyway, and I like, for me, Kalush Orchestra was my favourite entry. You know, despite actually what was going on, it would have been my favourite entry anyway. And with this one, I think it's a really strong song as it is, and I think it'll still do really well just as a standalone song. Personally, I would say. These are fun. We should do some of these funny ones. So, we have Eurovision, your favourite. Italy. What's your favourite?
Have you done this
Sweden.
other set of
Sweden.
countries that Vanessa's given you for marry?
Oh,
kiss,
go on.
Avoid.
Go on. Porrig.
Can I avoid 2 of them?
Wow. Savage.
Well, do I would.
You could replace one of them for Karia.
So I'm working out what's the benefits. So I'd kiss Boyan. I think he'd be hard work to be married to.
Okay, fair.
Then Serbia and Switzerland. I don't think I could handle the oddness and that would come with being with Luke Black for life.
Okay.
So I think I'll have to avoid Luke.
Do you feel like you'd have more of a quiet life with Ramo?
Like, I think you could kind of leave Ramo and do your own thing. And
It's very wholesome.
Yeah.
So I think he'd be okay. Yeah. But I don't think.
Maintenance.
And I'm not a gamer, so I don't think all those references will be lost on me. And I've never had lobster, so I think
you don't see the compatibility that's there.
Yeah. I think that's how my brain would work, putting a very practical answer to it. Practicality.
Exactly.
You have to be practical when it comes to Eurovision.
So they're just having a voting recap at the moment. With all the stand-ins in the green room appearing.
Porrick met his karma.
Oh.
What did I do? What's my karma? Is my karma the marry, kiss, avoid, or is there something else? Because I don't think anything bad has happened to me while we were on the live stream. So.
Oh. You're in that camp, aren't you?
So I literally have the biggest crush on Boyan and Dav from the Buskers. Yes, I would say definitely with the Buskers. I think the lead singer of the Buskers...
It wasn't that in London when you wanted your selfies?
Yeah, I got 2 selfies in London.
And ironically, they were from
Boyan.
Boyan and Dav from the Buskers.
Yeah, like literally we were talking to Loreen and Mimi Cat, but no, I got the selfies. You can look at them on my Instagram. And
Can go back if you want.
And then what was I thinking? But I think Marco and Dav from the Buskers are probably the most handsome men this year.
Yeah.
And then
Andrew.
Oh yes, Andrew. They're all handsome in their own ways.
Exactly. They're very diplomatic, equal opportunities.
And then some ladies are obviously very beautiful as well. Like Noah Kirill,
Brunette.
Brunette.
Who else?
Oh, you want me to say Eru?
Yes, thank you.
Devin, do you want to join the live stream?
I can't, honey.
Okay, Devin is your...
Oh, well, he's a star, so you can't leave the stars unattended, can you? Well, why don't you show the live stream Sir Hat's new album?
Yes. Do you want to... So, Devin is to my left. He is being out-diva'd. He is...
I have a vote to pick with you, actually.
Ooh.
Okay.
Devin is here.
So here's the tea.
Devin.
Here's the tea. Katie Wilson and I were holding a spot for Jedward, like all night, for Porrick, being Irish correspondent and all of that nonsense. And he doesn't show up. He actually doesn't show up. He stood us up. Like, Katie,
Yeah,
why are you sitting next to him?
I know. Oh, we've had words. We've had words.
Jonathan, you, I love. Katie Wilson, I'm in love. Porrick, do you know what? We started off well. I'm sorry. It's gone down south. It's gone down south. If you people think we don't fight in wee blogs, you got another thing coming for us. Because we are permanently in conflict.
Over Jedward.
Over Jedward.
Well, hey, they're a big deal.
Oh, but it was excellent though, wasn't it?
Oh yes, come and tell the live stream about the Jedward show, Devin.
It was excellent. I loved it. Oh my god. I loved it so much.
Okay, he's not going to tell you how it went. But see, the problem was...
Go on, tell them about what
Should I stop?
just
About Jedward.
how the show went.
Did they play hologram?
Oh, do you know what? You people are shady. Just when I'm in the moment, like really immersed, and I'm having a moment, thinking that, you know what, I have solidarity to my left. It was all fake. She just came to gossip. And why didn't you come?
I went home and sat on the couch and then I got lazy.
Were you doing a Bernardo Tavares?
No, I was not.
Ooh.
Because we haven't seen our girl. She's
Days.
not there for official events, not there for the unofficial stuff. Is it all coming through the apps? You know what? That's a question. That's a question for another day. Oh, actually, you know what? People always bitch me on live streams because they say I never look at the screens because people ask questions.
Oh, go on. Shall we scroll to the bottom so you can catch any questions?
Oh God, you're so far.
Oh,
Bogdan!
Here.
Who the best movie blogger to drink with was? Well, I would have said Katie Wilson 5 minutes ago, but actually,
She reveals all your secrets.
she's too much.
Who's the best?
Did you tell Porrick about what we did? The whole photo thing.
Yes.
It was hilarious.
She shared some of the selfies.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious. The best part was getting my bum pinched when
You're live.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I'm I'm just not used to this. But
It was so funny, the one when I got home. The other guy, the Irish guy.
do you remember the one with the cowboy hat going? What's going on? What's it? I'm just like, honey,
Just go with it.
just go with it. Let's not deconstruct it now.
Exactly. Now it's not
Do it.
time,
Let's
yeah.
just do it. Yeah, it was good. I needed to do that.
Yeah, it was a release, wasn't it?
Oh, I just needed to do that. I just needed to. I wish it had success factors though. I would have liked a different outcome.
What time
But-
did you
Oh.
leave?
Do you need to give
And-
people context?
you?
The end.
So you're just. So
How good is the audio of this thing? Do they hear that?
I'm sure.
Are you serious?
You can watch it back on your phone.
Seriously.
Okay.
Who's the best movie blogger to drink with? Simon Falk. I gotta keep it real. He also shows up in costume appropriate to his flag. You didn't do that. Showing up in an orange dress doesn't count.
She was.
You're not
she
Dutch.
Was, she was.
But hi, this is for Sarah.
She was cosplaying Monica from Lithuania.
You didn't even show up. Why are you giving me commentary? Jonathan, how's the weather doing? How's it shaping up?
The weather is good. Yeah, very sunny for tomorrow.
Guys, this is the meteorologist of the future. I'm all about Jonathan Votri and TikTok. Like every single living moment. Another thing about this live stream, I don't even know where the camera. This is the camera, right?
Yeah,
This is
where the green
But
dot
if I look there, then I don't see the questions.
Oh, so Vanessa has told you.
Oh, Vanessa is gorgeous. I like that black and white monochrome thing with the cleavage. Amazing. Come here. Introducing Oliver Adams in pink as always.
As always. We're matching.
Oh, and yellow. I love your yellow.
Do you? Oh, thank
Yes,
you.
fine.
Devin,
Yes.
Sandra wants to get you in for a haircut consultation.
You're joking.
Yeah, she just said, let her know when you're free today, and she'll make it happen.
This is a moment. When does this place shut?
Like 8 p.m. Yeah.
It's Sandra.
How's it going? Are we watching?
So Jonathan is watching rehearsals. So the Devon show has left.
Yeah.
So Jonathan will give us a quick update as to what
Are we ready? Jonathan, talk us
what
through
happened
you've
while
seen.
Devon
Are you ready?
Devon came.
Talk us through what you've seen on screen.
So, after the voting recap has finished, Graham and Hannah introduced Sam Ryder for his interval act. We are not actually seeing Sam himself. They've literally just put the camera on a drummer. So I don't know if Sam is just not there or if they're just not showing us it at all. They did introduce it as he's singing a new song about overcoming diversity and overcoming
Oh my
diversity.
god!
overcoming adversity.
Eurovision 2024.
And apparently the song was inspired by the people joining him on the stage. we don't know who they're going to... Okay, there's a glimpse of Sam, so he is there. They're just not showing us the camera cuts. They're just focusing it on this one drummer that we are seeing for the entire time. So we don't know who these people are that are joining him on the stage that inspired this song. Yeah, that's all I can say, I'm afraid. But he's doing a wonderful job at drumming.
But can we hear?
Is he
can hear,
drumming
yes.
live?
No, considering it's now stopped and the drums are continuing.
Oh, well, that answers that then, doesn't it? So I don't know if there's a bit of a delay with the comments. I think there is. There normally is. Because we've got some Deb and Love. I wonder who Cyprus... Oh, yeah, I wonder who Cyprus will get. Australia, maybe? No.
He's from Australia.
But then if Cyprus give... So why would Australia might give him to Cyprus, but why would... Who will Cyprus give their 12 points?
Oh, because Greece aren't there.
Israel.
So Cyprus actually have 24 points up for grabs because they're jury points as well. Normally they give jury and televote to Greece.
Israel, maybe.
Who do they have connections with?
Because they're neighbours.
I guess you maybe just have to go back to 2016 or 2018 and you'll see then where their votes went. Because then there's the question as well, who do Moldova give their 12 points? Because Romania are out.
Ukraine?
Oh, we've got some different camera angles now. We see Sam walking around the stage a bit more.
Oh, we've got some love for Devon's interview with William, which is lovely. It was amazing.
Okay, these people that are joining him on stage are not at this rehearsal, it seems.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, so he's got a little bit of a structure. The drums are surrounded by like light rods that also sort of rotate, sort of thing. So similar to, I guess, UMK. Who had those light things?
Robin?
No business on the dance floor.
I don't think Czechia will come last.
It's those,
And
it's those
Czechia
sort
will
of
get
rods
top
sort of surrounding the drums
12?
and instruments and things.
But no, I think Czechia, it's really strong, really moving, and I don't see it. Yeah, Carrier is very cute, isn't he? He's very sweet. It's funny because like, he gets this weird contrast of like being a bit like, do you know, like the Tasmanian devil? Like kind of like a bull in a china shop on the stage, but then is equally really, really like endearing and charming and cute, and you just want to put him in your pocket.
But isn't the song supposed to be kind of about overcoming shyness? And like that you have the drink and then you get the bit of confidence and then you have the party. So I think that's kind of reflected then in his personality, that he has the bit of a dual personality. I do not.
So I think from what we've seen, it seems to be that she is kind of just saving her voice and not giving everything yet until it's live, which I know some artists do. Yeah,
I think, I mean, pretty much most artists, bar from like Noah Carell going all out, have held back in this dress rehearsal because
there's no points.
This rehearsal is not really for them. It's for the production to get everything right. Make sure they've got, you know, decent camera angles. The hosts, for them to practice the show for the first time. So it's also, I don't really want to go into too much detail about what I'm seeing in each of the acts because it's not really fair. It's not like their full out performance. It's not what you're going to see at the grand final or what they're going to deliver tonight at the jury show, sort of thing. So.
And the jury show is important tonight because the jury points will all be decided and locked in. So they need it's very important that they take it easy now and save their voices for later on. But then I think another thing with May is not so much that she's holding back, it's just that the vocal mix seems a bit off. the backing vocals. We said earlier on in the stream that compared to certain countries, like some countries are taking full advantage of the rule of having the pre-recorded backing vocals, like Cyprus use it to good effect.
Yeah.
But the UK seem to have, they do have some there, like it's not absent, but they don't seem to have it there that much. And I think if she was supported with more backing vocals, the song would pop more. But and at this stage, I don't think they can change it. But that's letting it down a bit. It doesn't give it the wow moment, I think.
Yeah, and definitely as a show closer.
It's a bit.
Yeah.
It's a bit
similar in the way how Denmark opened the show, because it's a light pop song. Maybe didn't have the impact it needed to like properly open.
Yeah, it doesn't close it with a bang.
Yes.
Sorry, Simon. I did vote for Denmark though.
But the only thing is potentially that there'll be a huge UK crowd. And that there will be a lot of cheering and screaming when she comes on.
Which
will
might
give her an
energy
added
as well.
energy.
Yeah.
But
Are we in, Jonathan? No. Apparently we've got a bit of a lag, so hopefully that'll ease up. Do you think Israel will do top 5? Yes, absolutely. I think it'll probably get top 3. Hopefully the lag will sort itself out, because we've not done anything, so we've not moved or anything.
The phone,
How is the phone?
it's 4G, but only 2 bars.
Okay.
Maybe,
Yeah, go on. We'll send the phone.
I think if I put it near the window.
Go on. Do you think the EBU will want to extend Australia's? I'd have thought they would. Go on.
It would in some ways just be a bit weird to have them leave. Particularly if it's not their choice. Like if it was their choice to leave, then that's up to them. But they've just become a bit of an institution now in Eurovision, and I think they bring quality for the most part, so it'd be a shame.
And I think as well, when it's an opportunity for kind of like Indigenous musicians to showcase their art to an international audience, which you wouldn't necessarily get, there's a lot of value that we get from Australia's participation, and it would be a shame to lose that. I think it's there we go. Hi.
We've just got LA Productions.
It's there we go. It's they're really unique, and like you say, it's kind of they've got their own culture now, haven't they, almost?
Okay, so we're doing, I think, Sam's performance again now with proper camera angles, and the people are also on stage. So it opens with a shot of 2 women with bionic arms.
Is that doing anything? The comments are starting to move again.
Yes, they are moving. Which vlogger is the best to have dinner with? So my vote would be Bernardo Tavares Pereira.
Yes. People probably don't know the full Bernardo Tavares Pereira because he hasn't been on live streams and videos much.
Yeah.
But nobody tells the story in the way he can. He brings the drama. He brings the Iberian Euro drama to everything. It could be as simple as there being something like is wrong in the menu and it becomes a big drama.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, I just got kicked out of the stream.
We'll log back in.
But essentially the people joining Sam on stage are all people with disabilities. So that's the adversity that they've obviously overcome. And the structure that I was talking about before with the light rods, that's where Sam is performing. So he's in that with the light rods surrounding him.
Parag, why don't you tell a Bernardo Tavares Pereira locker room story?
locker room?
Locker story, sorry, not locker room.
Oh. Okay, well, we try. So Bernardo makes everything into a drama. So last year, I was staying in Turin with Katie and Bernardo, and Bernardo went to the press centre without his locker.
Yeah.
And so he
And
was,
the laptop was in the locker.
and he was there for a few hours without his locker, and he was like sending us voice memos on WhatsApp, being like, "Girl, I need the locker. Security's gonna kick in the thing.
I'm gonna kick the
I'm gonna
door
have to pay a
in."
fine. I can't do my job. I can't do my work. I can't do this. It's urgent. It has to be there now. Blah blah blah."
Security's gonna have to break the door in.
Like, if it wasn't so long ago, I'd pull out the messages and I'd play them back. But so like, but then like it takes 20 minutes, and he had been in the press centre for several hours at the stage. Like, he could have been back and got it.
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
time.
It was a 20-minute walk away to go and get this key.
And we got the key, and then we arrived with his laptop, and with the key, sorry, not with his laptop. And suddenly, for a man who was all about the urgency and everything needs to be done right now, he spent about 20 minutes talking to us, chatting away, having a great time, and we nearly had to remind him, "Don't you have a locker to open?" And it's kind of like, "Oh, yes, I do." And
then the best thing was that he got back into the press centre and then was like, 5 hours, girl. It took 5 hours. And it's like, well, it could have took 40 minutes had you have just walked back and got the key. But one of those hours was you talking nonsense with Porrig outside the press centre, and 4 of those hours was you getting Porrig to bring the key when you could have just walked to get it yourself. And then he spent another hour telling everybody how behind he was before he actually started his work.
Yeah. So see, he'll bring him to dinner and say that if the salt is missing from the table, let's say, he will. Oh, did you tell the story about the salty pasta?
No, I am yet to tell the pasta story. What?
If you're not going there, I am.
What?
I'm going to sit.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I think we'll just stay there.
So basically, after the grand final, there was very little food left in the house. So it was the end of the week,
Yeah,
so we didn't
yeah,
have a supply of food ingredients and groceries in because we were leaving the next day. So Katie and Bernardo had been in the press centre, and they came back and they were famished because they hadn't eaten for hours. And then Bernardo was like, "I'll whip up some dinner."
Yeah.
So we only had pasta sauce and we had pasta. And
Should be pretty simple.
pretty basic, not exciting, but you can't go wrong with it. So then,
So we thought.
so then we're out in the couch, kind of like catching up on what's gone down. Ukraine won, what we thought, and everything. And he's there cooking away MasterChef in the kitchen. And he gets a big pot, like the biggest pot he could find in the kitchen. Puts in the pasta, cooks it in the hot water.
Yeah.
And then he comes out and then he's like, "Girl, the pasta is ready." But the thing, this is how much of an expert cook he is. He didn't drain the pasta before he added the sauce. So the pasta was still sitting in boiling water, and he poured the jar of sauce in on top of it. And then Katie kind of gets a spoon and kind of lifts it up and like, "Is this soup?" And then we were like, then he was like, "Oh, da 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 da," and then he had to strain.
And because I'm not eating that.
Yeah.
Like,
So then he had to strain his pasta concoction. We went back to wait while he strained it of the water, so it was already like a bit of a disaster. And then he comes in and he announces, "There's not enough seasoning, it's too bland, I'm going to add some seasoning." Well, he must have added like half a pot of salt. He didn't tell everybody until Katie literally had it in her mouth.
it was this, and it was crunchy as well. It wasn't even cooked. It was like cold because it was by time as well. Because he had to wash this. He had to wash the saucy water off, but he'd washed it in cold water, so it was cold. At this point, it was rock hard, and it like the salted like.
Yeah, because you need to cook in salted water, but he didn't add salt until the very end.
So the salt had like seeped in, so it was this crunchy, cold, salty pasta that Bernardo, because we were ripping into him, ate all of out of principle.
Yeah, so he would be the good one to go for dinner with, but do
Yeah.
not get dinner. Don't have him cook you dinner.
Yes,
That would
exactly.
be the advisable thing.
Yes, he doesn't cook; he gets cooked for.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So some updates then. Sam is joined on the stage, so the drummer that we were looking at is the drummer from Queen.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Who?
I forget the name, I'm afraid. I don't know the name.
Who is the remote queen? Is it Roger Taylor?
No, I don't think so.
And then there's a guitar solo,
not
because
Brian
obviously guitar solo because it's a Sam Ryder performance. Couldn't have one without. And then all the people with disabilities come together and start drumming on the catwalk to end as well. After that, we go to an ad break.
Roger Taylor. Told you.
There we go. And the first part of this ad break, for those not on the ads, Graham Norton interviews Jan Leeming, who hosted Eurovision in 1982 when Nicole won for Germany. And there's a little clip of her making a slip up in terms of her hosting, so they have a little fun about that. And then now we are just seeing Julia in the audience with some other people watching that are just stand-ins for the moment.
So I think your comments are coming in, they're coming in slightly delayed, but yes, we have shared with you the locker story. Let us know, like, if it's lagging, if it's okay. Hopefully it is fine. Oh, there's Timor. What's Timor doing?
Timor is down by the Tate in Liverpool, where the floating globe is. He's got a little VT about nail-biting drama in the end of results.
And then just a point to note about, we see more VTs in the rehearsals than are actually shown in the show, because there was a VT in the first semi-final with dance choreography and everything, iconic dance moves, and that wasn't shown.
Right.
And there was also a VT with the Switch song that didn't make it into the live show either. But see, they have these VTs as well prepared sometimes, that if they need to cover, if there's an issue and they need to fill time, they have VTs and they practice them in the rehearsals, but then they mightn't necessarily be on the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So
Oh, I'm glad.
Thank you so much.
Oh no, you're welcome. It was lovely.
wait, the comments aren't updating.
Yeah, let us know how it is lag-wise. Can you check?
The photos over here.
Well, no, as in like go on YouTube and then see.
Yeah. Hotel.
Oi, oi, 7.
Not far from here. And tomorrow I'm.
So they show Måneskin winning, and then a little bit about the Netherlands and Ukraine winning as well.
It's not loading.
This week maybe I will.
Oh.
But it's my internet's not good.
Yeah, hopefully this is fine and you can hear us.
It's weird because it just dropped as it was.
Yeah, I know, it was totally fine.
Oh, comments.
So after that little VT, Alicia goes up to the Ukrainian commentary box with Timor, who isn't here at the moment, just a stand-in, but they'll have a little chat.
This Nicola, he's saying that we need 5G. Liverpool needs 5G.
Yeah.
It's Liverpool's data, Liverpool, and the Wi-Fi in every building.
Even
And
outside.
in people's Airbnbs, in any shop, any restaurant, the Wi-Fi is extremely slow, the data is extremely slow. Like, everything about Liverpool is great except for the internet connection. Which is bizarre because it's quite a modern city. But there's some connectivity. Like, William had the comment that he's convinced that his signal to O2 was travelling all the way back to London and pinging the tower there and then coming back here. Like, that's how slow it is.
It's like even walking around in the city, it's like, do you know when you're in an old house?
Yeah.
It feels like you're like blocked in by old stone walls. It's
Yeah, like sometimes feel like I'd have more reception in a field in rural Ireland.
Alicia's also now going to the Australian commentary box to meet Joel and Myth,
who?
their commentators.
I'll try moving the phone. They're saying the lag is so bad.
We'll try and see what we can do and see if we can improve the lag.
Yeah, it's only one bar.
Oh. Alright. Maybe should we move it close to the laptop and see if that helps?
Let's see, I think it's the phones. It's just 1 bar 4G in general. That's the way so. It was 3 bars, I don't know what.
I know. We'll try and put the laptop next to the phone and see if that makes a difference. Let's see. So yeah, so we're on 1 bar. We're using a hotspot. Let's see. I am just checking my Instagram. So what's that going to
Okay, after going to Australia, the ad break ends, and then Graham and Hannah introduce another voting recap. But the lights weren't really in place, so they were doing it in darkness.
Yeah, just throw on this one.
Minus 2 bars. Do you want to see if we can swap over?
Go on. Right, so we're going to possibly
It might do it automatically. Let's see.
refresh it. It does me every now and then. Oh, okay. So some are saying it's normal. So maybe it's just the comments that are like lagging behind slightly. A few people say it's okay.
And now mine is gone. Yeah, basically the data in Liverpool is not good.
Do you want? Shall we try and switch over and see if it helps?
Mine's gone down to 1 bar now.
Oh, has it? Oh, so I'm still on the tube. Yes, still lags. Oh, bro. I can just hear Devon and say
Devon is also having problems.
having the exact same
The
conversation.
VIPs have issues too.
Yep.
Buddy, get rid of this.
Oh. Let's see if we do it this way. Keep us posted, guys.
I'll be back in a second.
Go on. These, yeah, we're aware. Okay, so we're getting some of the comments in a bit late, but hopefully.
I just want to get us a destination. We know this city.
Yes, we're getting our comments in through. Is Rainbow performing 3rd? Oh my god, Rainbow's 3rd.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Maro did well with 3rd, didn't she? So.
We can see so you don't need to search them.
You don't want to. I don't even know where the direction of the camera is. So
I don't know. I mean, no, this is downtown. All those kind of stuff.
Okay, I can search. Haha, it's so sad that you can't see it.
What about this? I just really wrote the book or what's this?
Yes.
Let's see. Oh, here we go.
I is live, but
Oh, lovely. Oh, I hope you're feeling okay. What happened? But I'm glad we're able to brighten up your day. Oh God, I hope you're alright. I know you feel better soon.
oh, that's
Okay, yeah, so the comments are coming through. We're getting them through. They're a bit delayed.
delegations.
Oh, here we go.
QR code that you can scan in the city, and that gives you access to. Do you have a QR code for the event system?
No, in
We'll pick it
Liverpool,
up in the
no.
city. I'll scan one on the
Yeah. Good
Ciao.
night. Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Devon and Serha are exiting the building. Keep us posted on how we're doing signal-wise. Jonathan, how's it looking on your phone?
Pardon?
Can
Oh,
you
the-
see what the
yeah.
live? Yeah. We're just trying to see if we can improve the internet slightly.
So I mean, on my phone, it's all the way back
Oh.
from where Porrig was with us.
Right. Okay. So.
Look, can we see? I'm here. I've just arrived, and see, I'm doing different things. So this is the internet we're dealing with. So it's probably it's like a delayed broadcast, I guess.
Yeah, but the delay is quite.
Yeah, because I've just gone
I
from the room
know.
for about 5 minutes, and I'm still.
What are we talking about on this bit?
This is about the VTs. So is this before or after the past?
What happens now? Why are we watching
We're-
ourselves?
Oh, the lady from Lush.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Sarah and Devin
This
were in the
is
room
this
this
is
point.
people are. This is very meta. People are watching
Yeah,
us
us
watch
watching.
ourselves, and then we're showing them ourselves. Okay.
Well, they're watching us, but they're about to watch us watch ourselves because they're
Yeah.
lag.
Yeah. So.
Okay, there you go. You've just left.
Right. So
Okay.
that's the lag.
Oh no, I'm back.
Okay, apparently.
But the lag is at least 5 minutes.
Oh, so that was when Devin was getting his lush gear, wasn't it?
Yeah. So the lag is better now.
Yay!
So then will it suddenly like just?
I don't know. We're like, bloop.
Okay. So we'll just. What do you think about the drag performance? I thought it was like kind of people have different views of it. Like it's kind of what a lot of British people think Eurovision is about. That it's very high camp.
Yeah.
But I liked it. I thought it was fun. But it's I suppose they really wanted to show that the UK is great. We're so inclusive and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it is nice to have drag performance in a platform like Eurovision when there is a lot of people attacking it at the moment.
Yeah.
Because Eurovision has always been very open to drag.
Lag's gone now, so that's good.
Okay. So does that mean there's like 5 minutes worth of content that people just lost?
So they said it was during the pasta story. Maybe I suppose as long as they're still hearing us, it's
Yeah.
fine. It just might mean that the comments are a bit behind.
Behind. Yeah, but I liked it. Like it was high energy. I hadn't heard of the drag queens before.
No, I'd not heard of them. No.
But then they did switch it because originally what was supposed to happen was that two of the drag queens, the ones that were supposed to be Alicia and Julia, were up on the box. So it wasn't all three of them walking in.
Right, yeah.
And then Hannah's kind of like, where's Alicia and Julia? And they're like, we're up here. And then she goes in and pops up.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's...
So they were cast to look like the hosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then even in the rehearsal then there was more emphasis. So you were saying that was the jury show. Then by yesterday afternoon's dress rehearsal, all three of them were like, oh, let's go inside, and then they popped up. And then it kind of, by last night's live show, it was kind of nearly like they went to the box, but there wasn't really so much the illusion that they had turned into them.
Yes, we're getting comments that the live is all good now.
Guys, what's one thing that you will remember from this year's Eurovision?
Well, that's a good question. Is in like Liverpool or is in like the whole season?
Let's keep it to Liverpool.
Liverpool.
Carrier staging.
Choreo staging.
Lorene's box or whatever you like, whatever the proper terminology is. From the intervals, like the intervals are all nice, but there's none I don't think thus far that would be going down in the history books with Love, Love, Peace, Peace and that kind of thing. Like they're all fine. But I don't think there's any of the, like in 10 years time we're not going to be like, oh wow, Rita Ora's performance, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are on to the Liverpool songbook interval acts
okay.
after that latest voting recap. So we've got Mahmood singing Imagine.
By John Lennon.
Oh my god.
We had a fun story about John Lennon. One wee blogger who I shall not name heard a rumour that there was going to be a special performer, and then he revealed that the rumour was going to be John Lennon.
Who did that? Sinan?
No,
Who?
Samuel.
Did he? Really?
But yes, obviously it's not. People have been saying it could be Paul McCartney.
There are
Yeah.
people in Daddy Frere jumpers miming violin playing.
Okay, so are they the Gagnaman? No.
Yeah.
That's like
not,
his.
no, not
the
the actual.
Mahmood's looking good.
Mahmood, he's wearing like a very big oversized jacket.
White vest and a necklace. He's got a glittery earpiece.
Oh.
And is he singing in English?
Yeah.
How is he singing in English? I don't think I've heard him sing in English before.
It's good. I mean, better diction than Eru.
Good. Well, I'm glad they've invited. They've invited back some good people.
So he's getting a decent chunk of song to sing because
Yeah.
he's been on. And they were saying there's 10 people that will be doing the Eurovision song, or is it 10 people including Kalush and Sam Ryder? Because Hannah Waddingham.
Five.
Okay. Because Cornelia, Sonia, Mahmood, and who else?
Was Cornelia Jacobs?
Yeah.
Netta's back, right?
Oh yeah, Netta is back.
So next up, coming down from the ceiling is
Wow.
Netta.
Whoa!
Who is
Whoa! She's doing.
You Spin Me Round.
Oh my god, the seagull!
She's on a seagull as well.
Yeah, she's on a live
A
event.
live bird.
A silver live bar descending from the ceiling.
Wow! Oh my god, that fucking seagull. That is genuinely one of my favourite songs
Okay.
ever.
Sort of pink and yellow coloured backing dancers.
Oh, to be fair,
She's-
this could be good. No, this could be good, you know.
Once she's down on the ground, she's got inflatable wings that spread out from her back as well.
This could be good. I mean, what a song.
This is a good song choice because I thought it was going to be all
Such a
slow
good
kind of
song.
songs.
Such a good song. Do you reckon we'll have Cornelia do a bit of Scylla?
Maybe Atomic Kitten.
Yeah, could be. Bit of Nicola Roberts dance to the beat of my drum. Wow. Netta's quite short in real life. That like surprised me. For some reason I imagined it to be tall. Oh wow.
Okay. Netta getting the party going.
Woo.
Up next is Daffy Frere, who is singing Whole Again.
Oh, they're doing Atomic Kitten. I thought that was a bit like
I
random
thought it was-
outside the UK.
Oh my god, as if. What the hell?
The seagull is singing along outside. And Daddy Frere will be in Lush Lounge later, so if you're in
Woo,
Liverpool,
today.
come see him.
So well, at least we know he's around. Oh my god, this is.
And what style is he singing Whole Again in? Is it like his...
It's his sort of electronic style.
Okay.
And he's wearing like a big hoodie.
Like a jumper and trousers
But
with
they're
like people's
matching.
faces on.
Okay.
Sort of a heart graphic in the background.
Oh.
And there's a lot of people on stage
Wow.
in the Daffy Frere green jumpers. I don't see the official Gumangman in there.
And then he's got pixelated hearts like in the video games.
Yeah. Oh god, and then lots of his faces.
On the lots of
Yeah.
his faces on the LED screen.
Oh, we're fine now anyway. So.
Perfect.
Yeah, so if you've just joined in, we're watching what Jonathan has full access. Me and Katie are kind of being fed information to the online press stream for the dress rehearsal, and we're seeing the Liverpool songbook.
Cornelia is up.
Watch you performing.
I turn to you.
Is that Stella Black? I turn to you. What's that?
She's sitting on a chair. She's got like damp, wet hair.
I turn to you. I don't think it's Cilla Black.
Oh,
Christina
wow.
Aguilera has apparently at least covered it. Oh, Mel C.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll see. It's a very Cornelia style, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a piano ballad at the moment. Oh, she's got water on the stage. So she drops into water. There's a lot of fog around.
Super chat. Thank you so much, Tamara. Has your opinion on any of the grand finalists changed since then? Yeah, I would say so.
Albania.
Albania is one. I would say for me, maybe Croatia is one. When I saw the TikTok, I was kind of like, this doesn't make sense. This is a bit odd. I think it's going to get lost on people. But then I think like the more I've kind of watched it in the full thing, how it all comes together, it's grown on me, definitely. And yeah, Albania for you?
Albania has grown. Like, it's not up there for me in terms of qualifiers, but it's not qualifiers, like top 10. But my opinion has changed a lot since I saw it. And Switzerland also, like Switzerland, I don't rate either of them, but their staging is very impressive.
Okay, just gonna butt in
Go on.
because we've got our next act coming on.
Which is
Sonia.
Sonia.
And they're
There's a
reminding
little clip
us.
of her little rehearsal before Eurovision 1993,
Because
or like a little interview, and her receiving 12 points.
I don't think Marco was ever a grower. I think Marco's like probably from first listen. I really liked Vite.
It's interesting that they're having to introduce who Sonia is.
Yeah.
30 years later, Sonia is back.
It's like, do you remember the X Factor introductions?
So
the
she's
Devil
singing
You Know.
Better the Devil You Know.
But why? Isn't that a Kylie song?
No,
No,
there's
it's
a
her-
different.
it's
That's
her
her
Eurovision
Eurovision
entry.
song.
Oh.
So Kylie had a Better the Devil You Know,
Yeah.
but she also had a different Better the Devil You
Oh,
Know.
I see.
I think Kylie had it first, even.
Oh, I don't know.
This is all a bit random. Like, I know it's Liverpool, but a lot of these songs are famous in the UK and Ireland, but I don't know if they're known internationally.
Yeah.
Spin Your Record Round and John Lennon, obviously, but
Oh,
Atomic
yeah.
Kitten, the Mel C song,
It
Sonia.
almost feels like an in-joke for like British viewers that other people might not get. You know, a lot of do you know kind of those TikToks where it was like, what does proper boss mean and stuff? They felt almost a bit like an in-joke for British people that,
Yeah, well, see, I think a lot of the time as well, like, right now, and it was the same last year, that the
Yeah.
jokes were with pizzas and pineapple on pizzas. I
Yeah.
think the Eurovision communication teams is predominantly British people.
yeah.
So a lot of their content then is
Yeah.
it's very Anglo-centric.
Yeah. Because like if somebody said to me, you know, like gave me kind of some random regional
From
phrase
from Italy, you're going
from
to be.
Italy, yeah, and I'm kind of like, well, I don't know what that means. Why would I?
Yeah,
But like, I can't imagine an international audience watching that.
and be like, ha ha ha.
This is funny, yeah. It's like, because why
Okay,
would you? know
Sonia's
what it means?
finished, and Duncan Lawrence is now on singing You'll Never Walk Alone.
Okay. Is that
He's like in a big trench
international
coat.
as well, or is that more of a local thing?
It's a Liverpool anthem, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is the Liverpool anthem, yeah.
Are you getting all the feels, Jonathan, watching?
I mean, I'm not from Liverpool, so the song doesn't necessarily have an emotional connection to me personally.
But yeah, like definitely with those, because I suppose even say like German I learn as a foreign language, but then if they were giving me regional German words, I'd kind of be like, well, I don't know it, why would I? In like I say, unless you're British, I don't see what's to be like found funny in it. Like, because I kind of just be like, well, of course I don't know what it means.
But based now on this, it seems the final is much more focused on Britain, that we had a lot of Ukrainian content in the semi-finals, that the interval act is obviously celebrating Liverpool and Sam Ryder. Obviously we're going to get Cluj, but it doesn't seem...
Well, they opened, so I don't know if they're coming back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we've had the Ukrainian bit at the start, and now ever since it's more British. That we had in the semi-finals, we had the Maria Yaremchuk, we had Alyosha, and we had the different VTs and stuff. Oh, now they're all back.
Yeah, so at the end of You'll Never Walk Alone, we get all of the acts from this song thing, as well as the hosts, and Sam Ryder and his backing dancers all coming onto the stage to sing the final chorus together. There is a clip of Ruslana.
Oh, this is where she comes in.
A very brief clip to link it to Ukraine.
Oh.
And do we hear Ruslana sing?
No.
Oh. Who's Duncan still?
Okay, Ruslana's back for a bit. She's got she's singing next to a gate with a bunch of children. They've got a lot of Ukrainian flags, but yeah, you don't hear her actually singing.
Yeah, would the logical thing not have been to have Ukrainians appear alongside the British?
Okay, Ruslana appears on the LED wall behind as well when they all end.
Questions are starting to come true.
Woohoo!
Katie, who has... Oh, we've answered that question. Okay, this is very random. So Eva is telling us that she was dancing and her partner kicked her in her lower thigh and now she can't walk for 2 weeks. Thank you for sharing. I hope you're feeling better.
The woman who was enjoying the stream because she couldn't...
Oh, I thought you were just telling us random stories. Because we had a story about someone's fish. There have been random stories, like somebody microwaved their fish or something, if I remember right. We hope your leg is on the mend. And sorry if we were giggling, it was just the comment was very random in the context of seeing all this Liverpool stuff.
Third voting recap, by the way, after that interval.
And so that will be the last, I think.
Probably, and then they'll close things off.
Porrig, great to see you back. Why are you only appearing now? Where were you? Well, that was what we were asking ourselves last night at Euroclub when me and Devon saved front. Well, me and Devon camped out for an hour
to see Jedward.
Front row for Jedward, only for Porrig
to go to bed. Yeah, well, see, we needed to catch up on sleep after the wee jam.
Oh, right, I see. Well, what time did you leave wee jam?
5.
Well, that answers that then, doesn't it?
So, yes, no, I've been just busy with a lot of stuff and work and all things, so I haven't been able to commit much to wee blogs this season. So hopefully next season I'll be able to do more, because we're all doing wee blogs kind of in our free time. So when there's other stuff going on, it takes the back burner. Like we'd all love this to be our permanent job.
Yeah,
Like, can you imagine this being your
my
permanent job? Just to be
dream.
like, oh, this morning I'm turning on the live stream, talk about
Dream.
Eurovision.
Honestly.
That would be like great. But unfortunately, it's a niche audience, so we can't.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's why I haven't been on it, because everybody's doing it. So some years, some people will have more free time than others, and because it takes a lot of time
Yeah.
and commitment. So, Chaz is like, yes.
Yes.
I want to say thank you to Roxandra, who is our new Romanian blogger, who is now helping me with the new music roundups every weekend, because I did that for like 2 years by myself essentially, and doing that every week is a lot. So thank you very much to Roxandra.
Woohoo! Mahmood, yeah.
We've loads of comments.
So, here we go. Which revlogger would be better? Which revlogger would be better?
This is such a random question.
I know. Why?
Well, Oliver is staying at his own home, and he is a wee blogger.
Yeah,
So,
that's a nice, good answer.
Like, we can't all just like descend upon his house. Like, who's this? Like, Moo, if Eurovision was in your city, and a group of like, 10, 15 people
Yeah.
are like, we're staying at your house for 2 weeks. So no. And I think Oliver lives a little bit outside the city.
Yeah.
But as far as I know, Oliver is the only one staying. Most of us are staying in Airbnbs and hotels in the city centre.
Yeah.
And it's so handy because everything is walkable. Cornelia is not doing Scylla. Cornelia is doing Melcy.
Yes.
There was no Scylla Black actually.
No, I'm surprised. No, no Scylla. Liverpool song. I love that. The whole thing is called the Liverpool songbook. Songbook, lol. Is I.
Bogdan is saying Bernardo is his brother from
Yeah.
another mother, except Bogdan can cook.
Yes. I think Bernardo is all of our. Oh, so I want to say it's Zoran has a bit of a flu.
Yeah, he wasn't able to at
yeah.
the LUSH Lounge. He rested yesterday, so the other 4 came. But like, I don't think it's anything serious. He just wants to rest his voice.
Just to rest up, yeah. But yeah, he should be right as rain come Saturday, I think.
So Vanessa, okay, Oliver is not here, but we'll pass on the message that you adore him.
Hold again. Oh, were they?
We're huge. Okay, thank you for letting us know.
Oh, I'm surprised.
So they're in. I turned to you was so big that none of the 3 of us knew.
I know. I was like, no. Well, I didn't even. Yeah.
Well, okay, so then that's good. That's good to know, because I didn't
Yeah.
want it to be a case of the UK being like, oh, these songs are great, and everybody's scratching their head. So
Yeah,
if they are genuine hits, that's good.
Yes, definitely.
Because otherwise it'd be a bit random having the songbook with songs people don't know.
Yeah.
Um,
Woohoo! Let's see. Lag seems to be very small now. Good. Loved last year's Eurovision show in Italy. Don't criticise a country hosting who actually won. Fair. Brilliant Måneskin. Italy did it. Italy did it their way. Yes.
See, I think the problem
It
wasn't
went well.
necessarily the hosting. The problem was, say, stuff like the stage, the camera angles. There was like bits and pieces that weren't, that didn't connect. And then for people, and maybe TV viewers, I don't think got it so much. But if you came over as a fan, there wasn't the same. They didn't embrace it the same way that other host cities did. That when it was in Stockholm, they had flags everywhere, the street lights, at the pedestrian crossings, when you pushed the button, it sang Euphoria.
Yeah.
Lisbon had trams covered, or Vienna had trams covered, Lisbon had stuff everywhere. Whereas Turin, once you were away from the arena itself and a very small bit in the city centre, you wouldn't know Eurovision was happening. In Liverpool, every shop has some kind of Eurovision display. Like, it's so nice that there's Ukrainian flags and Eurovision flags and country flags everywhere. Like, the city is really embracing it. And I think the thing is with the Italians, most people were indifferent. And that they just didn't care what was happening. So I think that's where a lot of criticism comes in. And then people then just generally feel then, well, like, they were unfortunate with the stage that it malfunctioned. And then, so like, Italy is entitled, like, if you win, you're entitled to do the show your way. But if you look at the show, the production values are higher this year. Like, that can't be denied. And like, I think every year it varies from year to year. Like, like 2016 is possibly the pinnacle in terms of production. A lot of people like that, or the Danish stage in 2014. But it varies from year to year. Every broadcaster takes its own approach.
So FYI, after they close the vote, there's a VT about Eurovision contestants that have gone on to become global stars. So they mention ABBA, and one of the members of ABBA comes up and introduces it all. And then they go to Måneskin, they reference Sam Ryder, Rosalind, and Duncan Lawrence.
Did they mention Celine?
I didn't see her.
Olivia Newton-John, Laura Fabian.
I think they focused on more
modern ones
apart from ABBA.
We'll have to get back and school them and be like, all these stars did it too. So, this will be important now. So Jonathan, you're going to have to pay attention, and as every time there's a relevant person that they might know, you have to tell us who they are, who's giving the points, because the spokespeople are going to start giving points soon.
Exciting.
So we've seen that Catherine Tate is doing the UK ones. I haven't seen any other announcements. There probably have been announced, but I just haven't kept up to date. So we'll be seeing 37. As we've said before, according to the rule book, the rest of world jury, there's no rest of world jury, and their points will be awarded later with all the rest of the televote points, so there's no spokesperson. If there is a change to that, we'll let you know. So it's getting to kind of the most exciting part.
Right. I have to nip off. I'll be about 20 minutes, half an hour. Essentially, I'm changing hotel rooms because I've got 2 separate bookings.
This is how Iru lives.
The glam life. So, in terms of 4G, what a hotspot.
Let's see if mine works.
Are these fake ones?
Yeah, they're obviously they're the fake points the jury shows tonight. We won't see any real points until tomorrow. Everything is fake and just a computer algorithm. So I think actually, are we seeing actual spokespeople, or are they all stand-ins?
I think they're all going to be stand-ins.
Okay. So.
Right, see you in a bit.
Hey.
Bye. Vanessa says bye, Katie.
Bye, Vanessa.
So Spain gets 12 points from Italy.
So it'll be interesting to see who the pretend winner is. And just for people who are interested, the points are being, this part of the show, it's Graham and Hannah that are overseeing this. So, so the spokespeople, it's Latvia. So I think while we're not seeing the spokespeople, this is going to be the order that the votes will be announced. So we've seen Ukraine,
Italy, and now Latvia.
So then I'm guessing UK must be the last, because they've done the tradition that the host, because the question was, would it be UK or Ukraine? So they've obviously sandwiched them in either side.
Sweden gets 12 points from Latvia.
So the scoreboard is currently Israel and Sweden. So not too outlandish. Who will pass the Eurovision trophy? We don't know yet.
I would have thought Kalush.
Probably Kalush, because they're in the building. We won't. I doubt we'll see in the dress rehearsal, because usually at these dress rehearsals they just leave straight away. So it'll be in the jury show where they do everything verbatim. Why no
Sweden gets
spokespeople?
12 points from the Netherlands.
So there is spokespeople, but they're just stand-in. So we are seeing people like yap away and talk and give their points.
I think it's literally the same 2 people from the production crew literally flicking between each country.
Yeah, so it's more, because Latvia's and Malta's person are the same. So it's more just to give the host practice, and then in the jury show they will have the actual real spokespeople. So we kicked Julia off, results Judy. Yeah, no, Julia and Alicia aren't doing the results. So currently it's Sweden, Israel, Slovenia, Poland and Armenia are the top 5.
Croatia gets 12 points from Malta.
So any other questions? So while this is happening, so can artists make change in their performance? No, there's usually very slight change. Like the only really significant change I can ever remember between semi-finals and the actual final is when Elhaida Dani changed her dress in 2015. She had a different outfit in the semi-finals, but other than that, I don't remember anything significant. The rehearsals last week would have been more the opportunity for that. So I think everything what you saw will be the same. The only difference can be just obviously stuff that can happen in the night, like choreography, if something slips up, or vocals are better or whatever. But other than that, I think everything is set in stone. Has anyone ever dressed as a banana in the final? Well, we had the Wolves last year singing about bananas. So whatever put that in your mind. So then the points are random, but do the spokespersons just name a random country? Is it the country that they give 12 points to last year? No, everything is random. So you get given a computer, basically, I think, just draws out countries at random. And if you want to see something like a bit surreal, look up Eurovision 2014, when Azerbaijan were randomly given the instructions to give Armenia 12 points. And the spokesperson is Sabina Babayeva, and she refuses it and tries to give them to Ireland instead, even though Ireland weren't in the final. So it's done randomly by computer, because I don't think anyone would deliberately try and make Azerbaijan give Armenia 12 points, because they'd know that would make drama.
Shame, Ireland didn't give the UK any points.
Oh, that's nothing new. We regularly skip you over. So then somebody is saying Ben Adams is Norway's spokesperson. He might be, but he was in Liverpool up until yesterday. So unless he's jetting back to Norway, but yeah, because he was at the Wee Wee Jam, he was at the Lush Lounge, and he was definitely still here yesterday in the city. Asking whether Blanca got rid of the effects. I don't think so. Did you notice? Did Blanca still have her effects?
Yeah.
So they're still there. They haven't gone. But in theory, she might have been able to get rid of them, but she didn't. What are William and Debin doing? So William is in the actual press centre, so they're covering stuff on the ground. The reason the live stream is taking place here is because live streams are banned from the press centre. And then Debin is around and about. He was interviewing Serhat earlier in the Lush Lounge, and he'll be interviewing, I think it'll be Debin, interviewing Daddy Frere later on today. But they're both in Liverpool. Debin has just gone, but yes. So then, so Stein apparently is the Dutch spokesperson. If you know any other spokespeople, feel free to share. Monica Liu is Lithuania's spokesperson. That's nice. So Monica wants to know, how did Alessandra do?
Good, yeah. Solid performance. I mean, like everyone pretty much here, they weren't giving their full out because they shouldn't do for this random dress rehearsal. But nothing drastically went wrong, so there's nothing really to worry about.
That's good. And now they're interviewing. So is Sweden the leaderboard? The leader
so
at the moment?
Sweden is currently winning the jury vote in this fake voting at the moment. So Julia is going to be the one in the green room, sort of interviewing some of the acts.
Okay, so then sitting it out, or whether she'll do more interviews. So, in case you've just joined, Graham and Hannah are talking to all the spokespeople, and Julia is interviewing the acts in the little segment when they talk to whoever is in the lead at a certain moment in time. Oh, they're sharing it. Alicia is doing it too. And that's like the kiss of death sometimes. Like so many times they go, how does it feel to be winning Eurovision? Like they did it to Eric Saade, remember Dami, like people that like, oh, and then they don't win. How was Cyprus? Peter Constantou wants to know. Anything to note?
Sorry?
Cyprus.
I think the only thing, like the performance was perfectly fine, standard as we would expect. The only thing really is we had a little VT section before Cyprus, because I think it gives them extra time to bring his flames onto stage, because they've obviously got to be extra careful with those and handling those. You don't want to rush bringing that on and rush setting them up for it to then the whole stage going up in smoke.
So a lot of questions. Everybody wants to know where everybody else is. Oliver was here earlier. I guessing he could be in the press center now. But I don't know for certain. He was around the LUSH Lounge, but the LUSH Lounge is quiet because there's no acts. Today's quieter, so there's no one until Daddy Fair who's coming in around 6 or half 6, I think. So a lot of people are in the press center or doing other activities. Is the jury final today? Yes, the jury final will be on at 8 p.m. British time, 9 p.m. European time, and it's basically the exact run through of the actual show. So they'll have spokespeople, the hosts will be wearing their outfits. Now is just a dress rehearsal, so people are kind of taking a bit more chill, and then in the jury show, that's when the jury votes are cast. So tomorrow it's only the televoters who are voting on tomorrow's performances. And then, okay, it's lagging a bit. Yes. Okay, I can go check and see. I'll move my phone and see if I can get better reception. The sophistication here is the phone is sitting on the windowsill on top of a sign. So I'll see if there's a better location, and Jonathan can keep you filled in as to what's happening for the moment. But yes, if you look back earlier, good for mobile connections. I'm going to try to fix that.
Okay, so after the little ad break with Julia and Alicia interviewing acts, we're back with the next points, which are coming from the United Kingdom, and Catherine Tate will be delivering these. So Catherine will be presenting hers from the very top of the arena. She has a little bit of French in her script and talks about being enthralled ever since Johnny Logan won. £12 points from the United Kingdom are going to Finland. Which takes Finland into second place of this fake voting. Okay, I don't think they are going. Yeah, so then I guess UK, which are going to be the last ones to vote. So Ukraine win this fake jury vote score with 147 points. Finland are second with 125, and Armenia are third with 124. No one received 0 points, but Lithuania are last.
Then France and Spain are the next two. France is second last, Spain is third last. I've moved the phone it's got 2 bars now instead of 1 bar, so hopefully that might improve the lagging somewhat. There's not long left now, they just have to announce the televote points. And then we will wrap things up because there's nothing to live stream unless you just want to talk to people for an hour or several hours. So they're interviewing, are these the televote or the jury vote winners?
These are the jury winners, so they're pretending to be Tvorchi. Alicia and Julia are both with them, so they're interviewing together.
So then, somebody is saying that Angoon from 2012 will be presenting France's jury points. So then somebody is asking about Luxembourg coming back. I think it's always nice to see more countries coming back, especially since there's been a few withdrawals in recent years. So it's nice, and especially a country that has such a history with the contest, because Luxembourg obviously won it 5 times. They were gone for 24 years, so it'll be interesting to see what they're like, whether they'll have the same quality as they did before, or if they, like, because Eurovision has changed so much, so will there be another San Marino, or will it be like Luxembourg of old? But it's going to be exciting, because Luxembourg, while it's a small country, is a lot bigger than San Marino, and I'm not sure, is it even classified technically as a microstate?
No, it's not.
So it is, while small, it's still has a decent population to choose from. But apparently we'll know more in July. That's when they're starting the process to find. But it's always good for extra countries to come. Because there was, like, the finals, semi-finals had a lot less people this year. Some of them had 15. A few years ago we had 18 songs. So Eva's saying that she never wants to go to Eurovision, that it's more interesting on TV. It's actually a nice experience if you can do both. That if you can see, like, there's the opportunity to see the rehearsal, so you can see the family show and the jury show, and you can get the arena feel, and you get the staging, and you get the live performance, and then if you want, watch it on TV and get the real live experience then, because that obviously has the TV cameras. But if you can, try do both, because I wouldn't eliminate going to see, because it is a good experience. This is your second time in the arena? You did last year?
Time, yeah. It's interesting to see all the behind the stage stuff and then bringing the acts on and off. But yes, it is intended to be a TV show, so primarily, most people will watch it on TV.
Yeah, like the atmosphere is great in the arena, and then you get to see things like the LED. You only see a small portion on the TV screen, so you see extra stuff. But I would say do both. Don't rule it out. Lag is getting bad again. It's a sign. The show is almost over, so hopefully the lag will fix itself out. But yes, we're battling a losing battle with the Wi-Fi, I'm afraid, or data. We've lost with the Wi-Fi. Yes, so I would agree with Vanessa that everything, visuals are more interesting on the TV, because if you're at the back of the arena, the performer is going to look very small. But then also in the arena, except when the cameras are panning over it, they do have big screens, and so you do get to see a good idea. Even if you're at the very back, you get a good idea of what is happening on stage. They just switch them off periodically, that if a camera is sweeping by, they don't want to pick up the shot and kind of have a double view on TV. But you do get to see a lot in the arena. Even I was in restricted seating for the dress rehearsal yesterday, and it says restricted, but I still got a perfect view of the stage. The only thing I couldn't see was the very back LED wall, but because of the way the stage is designed this year, and a lot of performers are going out onto the satellite stage, I didn't miss anything. So what other questions are there? Oh, the lag. Okay, well, we're almost done. So we're on the televote section now, Jonathan?
Yeah. So they're just going up from the bottom to the top of the scoreboard. Hannah was saying they haven't actually rehearsed this before, so this is new to them. They've been tweaking some things with the auto cue and making sure they've got the right screens on their podium as well, so they can see everything properly. But Lithuania are going to be the bottom of the scoreboard overall as well. They only got 3 televote points.
And are they doing it the same way as previous years, where they're awarding the televote points based on the order you were with the juries?
Yes. UK got 127 points from the public. We wish.
But yeah, as we've said before, this is all based on just randomness. So none of it is a prediction. So don't be taking it that the UK are going to get this amount of points tonight or tomorrow night. They could get more, they could get less, they could coincidentally get the same. But like, I was at a rehearsal during the week and neither Sweden nor Finland qualified. So that just shows you how random it is. I'm going to try moving the phone again because there's no comments coming in. And we'll see, but it's very nearly over anyway.
So with their televote score, the UK currently lead the overall standings, but a lot of countries still to go. Only 24 points in the televote for Moldova. Croatia up next to get their televote points. 17 points.
It's now in 2 bars, so hopefully some comments have come through. And Hannah and Graham are still in charge of the points. They've done the televote points and the jury points.
$100 points for Belgium, puts them into second place at the moment.
And in this fake voting, then Lithuania and France are last. No, yes. And then Switzerland still hasn't gotten points. Switzerland will get its points now, so.
37 points for Switzerland.
What is happening?
We're on the televote. So it's almost over. United Kingdom are the current leaders with how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's about 15 countries left to vote to get their points, and the UK is in the lead. But I presume in this fake voting they'll get passed out because they're 187. But it's currently UK, Belgium, Estonia, Austria, and Poland. And then down at the other end of the table we have Spain, France and Lithuania. And all this is just pretend, and the acts are done, but they're cutting 2 shots in the green room like they normally do. And yes, is there any questions? I think the internet must still be slow because there's no new comments coming in. Hopefully the lag will fix. We're doing our best, but yes, the Wi-Fi is just not good in the city, or the data.
Okay, only 10 countries left to announce their points.
So they're... Oh. So, is it just me, or does it feel like they're taking longer than usual with this section?
Well, yeah, I think Hannah's saying they hadn't had a rehearsal for this.
Simon is here promoting Cadbury's Dairy Milk Eurovision bar.
Eurovision Song Contest chocolate.
Did you get the cheese?
No? Is there also
There's Philadelphia soft cheese with Eurovision branding as well.
Is there like any difference with this chocolate?
No, it's the same. It's just got a different wrapper.
Yeah. So I'm like, I want chocolate, but do I want to open it and tear up the wrapper?
Or get a second bar and eat eat that and keep this one as a souvenir.
I actually do have one in my bag, which is not with the Eurovision wrapping, but just a small dairy milk. It's the same.
This content is not sponsored by Dairy Milk.
Decisions.
Oh, we're getting some questions. The internet is very slow.
I knew.
When is the jury final? The jury final is at 8 p.m. UK time tonight, 9 p.m. European time, and it's basically identical to tomorrow's main live TV show. Oh yes, questions are coming. Lithuania is going to score big with the juries. I don't know. I think it doesn't seem like jury bait song to me. Lithuania.
I think it will do well, but I feel like there are other ballads in there that will probably do better.
Like, it doesn't strike me as a song that's designed for juries. It's not like... I can see it doing better with the juries than with the public, but I don't think it's going to be like a runaway jury favourite by any means.
But I mean, it's obviously good enough with the public to get through the semi-finals, so...
But the problem is every song except for the automatic qualifiers are good, and the public can't award them all points again.
So FYI, Czechia are now in the lead of this fake voting. They have surpassed the UK. Czechia have a total of 212 points.
And the only countries left are Ukraine, Finland, Armenia, and Israel, was it?
Yeah.
So they're the only ones who can knock Czechia off the top of the fake voting. So, are there any more questions? Can you give us any updates on the lag, please? If it's still lagging.
Israel got 218 points from the televote, so they now lead.
Well, and that's like a massive jump. So they got 218 points, which is more than second place's votes combined. Because the act in the fake voting with 212 votes is 212 votes, sorry. And that was Czechia. So Israel just blew that out of the water. There's no, so the world, yes, that's right. There's no world jury vote. It's just a televote, and they don't specify, they don't break it out separately. It's combined with everyone else. Did they mention the world vote? No. So it's just there with the rest of them. So now we're very near the end. Okay, they're really far back because I said Swinland like ages ago.
Hannah would like some Baileys. If anyone in the arena could get us some Baileys.
And Baileys is an official sponsor of Eurovision 2023. I'm sure the BBC will be thrilled with that drop. So...
Okay, that's is that a new edition?
All four? No, they did it. They did it before. I remember Mika Spack was there, Sergei, Jamal, and Damim.
No, but like
the points.
The points with them.
Yeah, I can't recall. That might be new. So
yeah, so when they have like 4 people left, and you get the 4 split screen graphic, it doesn't just show the name of the country. It also shows the number of points that they've got so far, which I think is new.
Yes, so Armenia is not winning the fake televote. So now we're down to just 3, which is Czechia, Finland, and someone else that I've forgotten. Ukraine. So Israel, Ukraine, and Finland. So at the moment, Israel have 340 points. So Finland have to come from 125 and Ukraine have to come from 147 in order to beat Israel. And there's 2 sets left.
So they both need 220 points. Finland have received... 217 points.
Okay, so Finland is in the lead. So cha-cha-cha. I think cha-cha-cha is winning the fake vote. I don't know, is there enough points left?
I don't know.
They've given 200 odd to Israel and 200 odd to Finland. So I don't know if there's enough points left to give to Ukraine. Yeah, so Ukraine needs to beat 342. They need a little bit over
169.
I think the lag has come, there's no new comments.
Okay, yeah. Ukraine need 196 points to win. Graham announces how many points this other country needs in order to win.
They're really stretching it out, trying to maximize the tension.
Well, there's a bit of Graham not knowing what to do and like talking to people in his ear and stuff.
It's kind of funny that like after all these years he's been doing it since 2009. He's like, what do I do now? Okay, so Jonathan, you were paying attention to this. So Meriton wants to know, was Lorene's shot better when she hits the high note after the bridge? Could you see her face? Apparently SVT complained.
I think you could see her face, but you couldn't see the ceiling above her, which I think is what people were going on about. Because like in the Melfest staging, when they have that moment, you can see like the graphics of the LED ceiling above her, but you can't.
So now they've announced the winner, but they didn't flash up the scoreboard. So it's hard to tell, is pretend Finland winning or pretend Ukraine winning?
It's Ukraine, I think.
Okay, so Ukraine have won the televote. So they the points didn't even flash up. They didn't show the complete scoreboard, so maybe they will now in a minute. But they're doing the usual thing. They're walking up from the green room. There's lots of lights, and they're going towards the stage. Oh, they're backstage. So they're taking a long walk, so they're not going straight. The green room journey isn't taking them through the crowd. They're going behind the stage.
And they pick up a microphone.
There's lots of nice shots. So the final leaderboard there you have, Jonathan.
Ukraine wins with 431 points. Finland second with 342. Israel third with 340. And then down the bottom in 26th place, Lithuania with 26 points. France in 25th place with 43 points. And Spain 24th with 76 points.
So I think, and then people who are interested, Sweden are 9th in the fake televoting. Other favourites that underperformed, maybe a lot of them, some of them look realistic. I don't think Cyprus is 6th, UK is 7th, so people who are worried about the home crowd, that's a very respectable result if they get it in real life. So hopefully for them it's not just here in the rehearsal.
Austria were 12th.
So now they're coming on. And I don't think it will take this long. I hope it doesn't take this long to get from the green room to the stage. I think it's just they're working things out.
On the LED wall behind, like the heart like pattern that you usually see in that like pink, yellow, blue colour scheme, it's now all gold as the winner's sort of theme.
So somebody is asking, is Sam Ryder performing with Queen? I don't think it's the whole band, just the drummer, Roger Taylor. So, yeah. And now,
So Graham interviews the winner, which is Torchy. Yeah, so Kalush Orchestra are handing the trophy over.
And I presume that it's not coincidence. The stage is all blue and yellow, which is the colour of Ukraine, which is the fake winner. So I presume now in the jury, let's say if Switzerland win the fake jury show, the stage will be red and white. So
I think it's the same pattern as is used in the flag parade. So along the catwalk and then up the central bit of the LED screen behind them. It's like it's a lot of lines, but they're in like the colour of the flag essentially, so like yellow and blue. And then surrounding that is sort of gold hearts. Yulia is now ending things with a little message in Ukrainian.
it seems very odd. It's like the three girls are like very chummy and their hands around each other, and Graham just looks like he's just there standing, like he doesn't seem to be connected to them. It's like he's nearly like a fourth wheel, I suppose you could say. He's just there, and the three women are kind of have their arms linked. It looks odd. I guess they'll fix it, but like yeah. So they're saying goodbye to us all. So the show is over.
Well, we'll have Ukraine's song
again.
again.
Okay. And they're not giving, Ukraine are not here to practice, so it's just, we're just seeing a black screen. Well, the arena, but the arena has gone quiet. So I think, well, let's just see if there's any questions before we wrap up. I don't think there's a whole lot because it's been lagging. So we had Sam Ryder. So this is about Austria's staging. Austria's staging is the same as it was. Why not wants Loreen to jump out of Karya's box and beat him with her flawless vocals? That would be something. I think that would be against the rules. Yeah, this is the thing people say every year about how to celebrate the jury, the televote winner, because the way the vote is announced, you kind of have to think back and take track of who is the televote winner. Like when Kaino won, it was only after all the points been like, oh, it was Kaino. Like they used to have it the old way, like in pre-2019, you knew who the televote winner was, and it was a nice touch. So then that's all the questions, and now the end screen credits are there playing over Torchy, and it's the same graphics as we saw in the semi-finals. So I think we'll let you go because we've been talking now this live stream. You've been on it since the very start, Jonathan. It's 4 hours and 22 minutes.
4.5 hours.
So we need to have lunch.
I've had a cereal bar for my lunch. That is it.
So we may or may not be back later. It will depend. There'll obviously be Wee Wee Blogs reaction videos from the press centre, and if you're in Liverpool, come down to the Lush Lounge for Daddy Fair from 6:30, I think. And yes, and then tomorrow we might be able to do a live stream tomorrow afternoon. The problem is with the Lush Lounge is that it closes when the show is starting, so the problem is to get